G-Funk era. You know what I'm saying?
我喜歡一個人聽一首 Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Web3 Scholar Conference, and hope you all have a wonderful lunchtime. And right now we are going to go back to our session. And right now we are going to go back to our session 3 this afternoon. It is about security. And let's welcome the Li Yizhou from Imperial College London and Berkeley RDI, and also the co-founder of Decentralized Intelligence AG, to shed light on the speculative denial of service attacks in Ethereum. Welcome.
Hello, so today my talk is about speculative denial of service attacks in Ethereum. So this research was partially supported by the Ethereum Foundation, thank you, and it's also accepted by Usenix Security 2024. Okay, so when we think about the Ethereum blockchain, when we think about transactions, right? Transactions basically is a program which executes arbitrary code. And each unit of computation is measured in gas, right? For example, add operation will cost 3 units of gas. A multiplication will cost 5 units of gas, right? And once a transaction is mined, transaction fees per gas unit is consumed, right? A transaction can also revert, meaning it's gonna roll back to the state changes. And reverted transactions do not pay transaction fees. And reverse transactions do also pay transaction fees. This is to prevent denial of service attacks. So basically, you don't want others to execute your transaction for free, right? You charge a little bit of like gas price to actually compensate these nodes for the execution. So is this enough? Right. I think the key of this talk is you cannot pay transaction fees for transactions that cannot be included in blocks. There are many reasons why a transaction will not be included in a block. For example, the account do not have enough Ether to pay the transaction fees. For example, it can be a nonce issue, right? So you issued a transaction at nonce 10, and somehow the nonce 9 transaction is missing. Then you cannot include the transaction in the blockchain. Okay, so in this talk, I'm gonna focus on something less, like not very frequently talked in the community, which is censorship. Censorship can also cause DOS attacks. So in the DeFi space, where can censorship happen? It can happen in the application layer. For example, if you hold USDT tokens, there is a blacklist functionality in the USDT token. So if they want to sanction you, they can, right? Like it can also be in the consensus layer or the network layer, right? For example, they're like flashbots, for example, they follow the OFAC sanction rules. They do not accept transactions which involves Tornado Cash services, right? So censorship can happen in the entire transaction order flow, right? So once a user issues a transaction to the P2P layer, it goes through the so-called proposer-builder separation systems. The searchers can collect transactions from the mempool and also sends the transaction to the builders, and builders sends the transaction to relayers, and finally into the proposers, right? So censorship can happen on any of these components in the transaction order flow. Okay, so a little bit of details on what are the OFAC sanction rules. So this there's a specially designated nations on the blocked list, a person's list, SDN list. So basically, whatever the US OFAC thinks the money is not clean, they will put them onto this SDN list. Currently, there are about 100 plus Ethereum addresses on the list, and 90 of them are like Tornado Cash addresses. Right. So sanction can cause a significant impact on how blocks are mined, right? This is a research we have done recently. On the x-axis, you have the time frame from 2022 July to 2022 September. And the TC sanction rules were introduced on the orange line here in August, right? You can observe that after the sanction rules of TC has been introduced, the number of uncensored blocks goes to almost 0, right? So this can cause a significant impact on the blockchain network. For more recent censorship data, I recommend you to check out Tony's paper. This is accepted by WWW 2024. And Tony also built a dashboard here showing how many validators are censoring transactions, how many relayers are censoring transactions, etc. So for example, for here, roughly 9% of the validators are doing censoring work. Anyone has any idea why like builders care more about censorship? The reason I think, right, I'm not a lawyer, but the reason I think is, remember there's this transaction order flow, right? So builders are more in the upstream of the order flow. So I suspect that the builders will take more responsibility if they put a TC transaction into the block. That's why they care a little bit more than the relayers and the validators. We also did a little bit of measurement work on the censorship. So censorship can cause some confirmation delay. The average inclusion delay for TC transactions in August was 15 seconds. And in November, it has increased to 29 seconds, right? So the focus of this talk will be on the denial of service vectors of the censorship. So just a recap, right? So what can happen here is actors typically speculatively invest computational resources in transactions, right? So when building a block, they execute all the transactions they receive. And sometimes like transactions will not be packed into the block, right? So for example, here, this block has like 4 transactions. If this block builder thinks this transaction star is more profitable, then the builder will add this transaction into the block and kick out some other transaction. And you do not need to pay transaction fee for this dropped transaction, right? In the paper, we worked on 3 different forms of the DOS attacks. In this talk, I'm only gonna focus on one of the attacks, which is the conditional exhaust. I will skip the other 2, but I highly recommend you to check out our paper if you are interested on the other 2 DOS vectors. So in conditional exhaust, the idea is very simple, right? So you know who is going to be the next one who is building the block. And you also know, based on the historical data, whether this block builder or proposer is actually following the OFAC sanction rules. So what you can do, right? You can have an if condition in your transaction. If the proposer is censoring the TC transactions, then you execute some very complicated code, very costly code. And at the end of the transaction, you transfer one way, which is the smallest amount you can do, into TC. And the validator or the proposer who is checking this transaction will not be able to understand this transaction touches the TC address until the very last step, right? So this is a way where you can cost very expensive executions for this like TC OFAC component validators. If the proposer is not censoring, what you can do is to just execute a very simple code. So you can have this if condition in the transaction. And based on our concrete validation, we found out that we can cost 30 million gas. This is practical through like experiments. We can cost 30 million gas in this complex code, and only 23K gas in the simple case, right? So converting into monetary costs, right? Our validation was done on this like a machine with like 64 cores CPU, which is much more powerful than the FlashBox minimum spec, right? And we found out that with a one shot, right? If we send 140 transactions at one time to our testbed to mine, to our testbed node, we found out that even if the testbed node mines 100 consecutive blocks in the future, we will still cause the node to mine empty blocks, meaning that the node will completely be unable to mine blocks if we do this kind of attacks at a cost of only 770 USD, right? That's our estimation. Okay, so a little bit of more technical details. How can we craft this if condition here in the transaction? There are many ways, right? You can check the address. If the address is not available, you can also use block height, right? If the height is greater than X, you do like very simple code. If it's less than X, you do complex code. You can also use the time step to check what's going to happen. And even if you do not know who is the next proposer, you can also just issue tons of transactions, and you hope like somehow randomly an OFAC component validator is attacked by spamming transactions. The cost of this attack will be much higher, but it's still feasible, right? Whether the attack is worth it really depends on what's the consequence, right? So for example, if the next block builder actually observed a very high profit MEV opportunity, right? Then triggering the attack might be worth it, even if the cost is like more than 1 million. It can happen, right? For example, some of the attacks, they can extract several million USD. And if you can stop the next validator to execute the attack, it can be worth it to trigger such a DOS attack. Cool. So, so here comes like kind of the conclusion, like call to arms. In Ethereum, like future proposed duties are known in advance, which open up this this attack vector, right? Prior work has kind of stated that future proposals can be attacked. In this work, we kind of like focus on future proposals can actually attack other proposals, right? And we just hope that there will be more students to work on such an exciting topic, so so we can try to mitigate all this kind of like weird attacks on the P2P layer in the future. Yeah, that's it. Thanks a lot. And also, please allow me to do a shameless plug for myself. I will probably start a lecture position at the University of Sydney in the future. So if any of you is interested in doing a PhD with me, please contact me. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Li Zhou. Now let's welcome Professor Daniel Shapulo, the professor at the Department of Computing and the Director of Research Center for Blockchain Technology of the Hong Kong Polytechnic University, to share about security analysis of Ethereum and its smart contract. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thanks for the kind introduction. It's my honor to be here to introduce our recent study on security analysis of Ethereum and its smart contracts. So since Bitcoin's inception and Ethereum's introduction of smart contracts, the blockchain ecosystem has grown increasingly prosperous. Unfortunately, the blockchain ecosystem are not as secure as what we expect, with many blockchain platforms and smart contracts being prone to vulnerabilities as well as different types of attacks. One of the reasons may be this catchword in the blockchain community, code is law. But can we really follow it? The answer may be no. Because you may expect that the code is bug-free and has been fully audited. Unfortunately, there are many known or unknown vulnerabilities in blockchain platforms and smart contracts. You may assume that the blockchain infrastructure are secure and robust. However, existing blockchain infrastructures may be prone to attacks. And there are some other inconsistencies between the ideal case as well as the reality. To address this, so this slide shows the major components in the blockchain ecosystem. Users using the front end interacting with the layer 1 or layer 2 or layer n infrastructures via the internet. Applications written in smart contract running on top of these infrastructures. You may wonder which part will become the Achilles heel of blockchain ecosystem. Our research showed that every part could be potentially the target of attacks. So my research intends to develop a holistic approach to safeguarding blockchain ecosystem from two aspects. One is to protect blockchain infrastructure applications in smart contract, front ends, and network by identifying zero-day vulnerabilities, developing new tools and algorithms to identify those vulnerabilities, as well as helping developers fix those vulnerabilities. The second aspect is to detect new attacks, detect malware, as well as protect blockchain applications from attacks. So today I will focus on the first aspect. In particular, I will first introduce our recent study on a new type of denial of service attack on blockchain using the MPT. So thanks, Li, for introducing the gas mechanism as well as the fee. So Ethereum used the execution fee to prevent resource abusing. Unfortunately, there are still many DOS vulnerabilities in Ethereum as well as other similar blockchain platforms. For example, the denial of service attack just mentioned by the Li, as well as these two DOS attacks exploiting the underpriced opcode. The fundamental issue lies that the gas cost is not equal to resource consumption. So we did a comprehensive measurement on the gas mechanism and found that the gas cost is not properly set, and there are underpriced opcodes that can be exploited to launch denial of service attacks on Ethereum. Later, we found that this issue could be exploited to launch denial of service attack on RPC service, which is crucial for connecting the front end and back end of decentralized apps, or dApps. The paper appears in NDSS 2021. Although RPC service is crucial, it is less decentralized than the blockchain network, making it a potential single point of failure in the presence of denial of service attack, which could jeopardize the whole dApp ecosystem. Basically, we identify a vulnerable service API, the Ether core. User can use this API to estimate the gas consumption. But attacker can exploit this API to call smart contracts that will consume lots of computational resources, like a function having an infinity loop. By doing so, the attacker can effectively stop the node from executing critical operations for all the dApps, like block and transaction synchronization. So if you are interested, you can refer to our paper. So today I will introduce a new type of denial of service attack targeting on blockchain state storage. So this paper will appear in IEEE Security and Privacy, one of the top security conference next month. Let me first introduce some background knowledge. Blockchain state storage is usually managed by a structure, for example, MPT. And a leaf node in the MPT stores the value of the persistent data. All intermediate node from the root to the leaf node correspond to the key of this value. The basic idea of this new attack is to strategically introduce many more intermediate nodes into MPT, compelling blockchain to use more resources for state maintenance and validation, thereby degrading its performance. It's worth noting that, unlike previous denial of service attack, there are limits to the duration of the attack. This new type of attack will persistently aggravate the resource consumption for state maintenance as well as the updates. So this figure shows the, give an example of the blockchain state storage. We have the account data storing all accounts information. There are also the contract data containing the persistent data of each contract. And the index, for example, this ACD3F is used to leave a leaf node in the MPT, starting from the root. And there are 3 types of nodes in the MPT structure. One is the branch node, extension node, and the leaf node. So if you are interested in the details, please refer to our paper. Then let's see what will happen if we insert a new leaf node into MPT. Basically, for example, we insert a new leaf node, 111D1F3, into MPT. The original leaf node, 12F, will be split into 3 nodes, an extension node, a branch node, and 2 leaf nodes. It's worth noting that all those node manipulation, insertion, and deletion will lead to significant resource consumption. Then I will introduce 2 observations that guide us to identify this new type of vulnerability. The first one is the flaw of the gas mechanism. Let me use an example to explain this flaw. So in this MPT, there are 3 accounts, AAB3E, ABC60, and ACD3F, as well as 2 transactions. The first transaction is to transfer Ether from AAB3E to ACD3F. The second one is to transfer Ether from AAB3E to ABC60. According to Ethereum specification, these 2 transactions will cost the same amount of gas. However, the resource consumed by these 2 transactions are different, because the first transaction will involve 6 nodes, will modify 6 nodes, but the second one will modify 9 nodes. They lead to difference in the resource consumption. The root cause of this flaw is that the current gas mechanism does not consider the exact resources consumed for maintaining and verifying the state in MPT. And the second observation is related to the heavy burden of state maintenance. Most operations with MPT are the major performance bottleneck of blockchain. Recent studies show that more than 80% of blockchain execution time was spent in interacting with MPT. And we also observed that the time required for interacting with MPT increased linearly with the number of the involved nodes. Then with these 2 observations, we can decide a new type of denial of service attack on blockchain, on Ethereum, as well as all blockchain platforms using MPT for state storage. The basic idea is to strategically introduce more intermediate nodes. So we designed 3 strategies for increasing the nodes. For example, we can split a node into a leaf node and a branch node. Or we can split a node into an extension node, a branch node, and a new leaf node. And we can also replace an extension node into a branch node and a new extension node. So I will skip the details. If you are interested, please refer to our paper. So here I will report some evaluation results. So we first evaluate the impact of this attack in the fork of Ethereum. By manipulating 10,000 blocks, we can introduce 1.11 times of new intermediate node into the MPT. In this case, Ethereum has to spend more 111% resources to handle those nodes. And it's worth noting that for all future transactions involving the nodes, added by Nergo, the time cost of their state modification is persistently raised. We also launched the attack in the testnet of Ethereum and BSC. And you can see that the nodes involved, the number of nodes involved for updating a node also increased significantly. And in this case, both blockchain platforms have to spend much more resources in handling those nodes. So for this part, the takeaway is the gas cost is not equal to the resource consumption. We identified a novel attack and a new attack service. Then I will talk about our recent work on how to speed up vulnerability discovery for smart contracts. Fuzzing is a widely used test techniques for vulnerability discovery. Basically, you will generate a set of randomly input in order to trigger potential vulnerabilities or exploitable bugs in the target program or smart contracts. We recently performed a comprehensive empirical study on existing fuzzers for smart contract and identified a number of interesting observations and insights. So the paper will appear in ISE, one of the top software engineering conference. So these are the fuzzers we evaluate. These slides list some of the observations. For example, existing fuzzers are far from satisfactory in terms of vulnerability discovery. We also have a set of observations related to the fuzzer throughput. For example, the speed of vulnerability detection is largely influenced by fuzzer throughput. The quality of initial seed and the fuzzer throughput are critical for quickly reaching the high code coverage. Moreover, using standalone EVMs can significantly improve the fuzzer throughput. Okay, given this insight, a natural question arises. What would be the bottleneck of fuzzer throughput? So we performed a study, and we found that the EVM execution is the major bottleneck of fuzzer throughput. So for example, we evaluate two SOTA fuzzer, ITY fast and Smart 10. And our result shows that more than 80% of total time was spent on EVM execution. Moreover, the more complex the smart contract is, the more time spent on EVM execution. Then how can we decrease the EVM execution time? The task parallelism would be a straightforward yet costly approach to improve the fuzzer throughput. For example, you may use a cluster of computers and then run the fuzzer in order to identify the vulnerabilities. However, the cost would be quite high if you want to use a cluster of computers. Our solution is MAO, the first GPU-based fuzzer for smart contract. So this paper will appear in IEEE Security and Privacy, one of the top security conference. So our approach leverage the GPU's parallel computation power as well as the feature of smart contract fuzzer to boost the fuzzing throughput, to boost the fuzzer's throughput. It's non-trivial to develop GPU-based fuzzer for smart contracts due to many challenging issues. You may refer to our paper for all the details. So here I will just mention one. GPU was not designed for general computation. To address this issue, we turned the smart contract fuzzing into a GPU-friendly application to let it be runnable on GPU. So this figure shows the architecture of MAO. It consists of three major components. Transformer will lift the EVM bytecode to an LLVM assembly. Vector will convert the LLVM instruction into vector operations because GPU can only support those vector computation. And we also generate a SIMD program to track the smart contract execution state in GPU environment. And later, in the code generation phase, we will use the LLVM backend to turn the vectorized LLVM assembly into PDX code that could be executed in the GPU. The evaluator will schedule and evaluate a batch of Cs in parallel to improve the fuzzing throughput. So I do not have time to introduce all the details. If you are interested, please check out our paper. Here I will just present some evaluation results. So Mao outperform all baselines in terms of the code coverage. And you can explore much more distinct instructions than different baselines, in particular for those large smart contracts. And our approach is much faster than baseline. It can achieve around 10 times improvement in faster throughput. And it's also much more cost-effective and energy efficient compared to the baseline. It's worth noting that it's easy to schedule thousands of GPU cores than scheduling thousands of CPU cores, right? And another interesting observation is this one. In a recent paper in FSC 2020, Marco and Brandon found that finding new bugs with fuzzing needs an exponential increase in the number of computational resources. And our result is consistent with this observation. But it's worth noting that it's much easier to schedule thousands of GPU cores for fuzzing smart contracts. In terms of bug detection, Mao is more effective than baseline in terms of the accuracy of bug detection, in particular for those large smart contracts. And we also apply Mao to real-world smart contracts and identify a number of vulnerable projects. In particular, around 120 bugs can only be found by Mao rather than other baselines. So the takeaway for this part is that we present the first in-depth study of the existing smart contract fuzzers. We have many interesting insights and observations, and we also propose the future research direction. And in particular, we developed Mao, the first GPU-based fuzzer for smart contract. It's much faster than existing fuzzers. So in conclusion, the widespread vulnerability in the critical part of blockchain ecosystem compromise its security, calling for more and more research and development to address these issues. Last but not least, so PolyU has a very strong team of researchers and students working on blockchain technology. The university has established the Center for Blockchain Technology and launched the first MSc in blockchain technology in Hong Kong. So we are open to more academic and industry collaborations, and we are committed to nurturing talents in blockchain technology. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Law. Now let's move on to the session 4, consensus. Let's welcome Professor Xue Chao Wang, the Assistant Professor in Thrust of FinTech at the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, Guangzhou, to share about Trust Booth, boosting trust among interoperable blockchains. Welcome.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So thanks for the kind introduction. So it's my pleasure to present our work, Trust Boost, boosting trust among interoperable blockchains here. So this is a joint work with my collaborators, Pei Austrian, Kartik, and Promote. So let's get started. So today we are living in a multi-chain world. So there are we all witnessed an expanding blockchain universe. So there are more than thousands of layer 1 blockchains. And today in the morning, I learned that by the end of this year, we'll have another 1,000 rollups. So there are more chains. But there do exist the security disparities among these blockchain ecosystems. So we have very strong blockchains like Ethereum and Bitcoin. They have very strong security, but we do have some weak blockchains with weak security, like those blockchains whose security relies on like 5 out of 9 validators, to be honest. So those are less active blockchains, which means that they will also have higher vulnerability. So the question we would like to ask and answer in this work is that how can we make sure those less secure blockchains to become more secure? How can we boost the security of those weak blockchains? So we care about the security of any blockchain because of this cross-chain domino effect. So basically because like in today's blockchain infrastructure, we have those cross-chain bridges over the blockchain operation between them. So this is one simple example, like that is cross-chain exchange. Let's say Alice wants to move his Binance token to another blockchain, let's say Ethereum. Then the first step would be he would lock some Binance token in the Binance chain contract. And then the cross-chain bridge, basically some relayers, they will send some kind of proof that proves that Alice indeed has locked his token on the Binance blockchain. Then after this proof is verified, then someone will send a certain amount of each token to the Alice account on the Ethereum blockchain. But something can go wrong. Like what if like there is a reorg attack happened on the Binance blockchain? Then basically in this example, Alice will get his token for free. And this is a zero-sum game. So this means that someone in the world, somewhere, he lost some of his token. So it's like the real problem here is like the security breaches can cascade through the blockchain network because of the cross-chain bridges. And typically, there are many ways to secure a weak blockchain. So a typical solution is called borrowing the trust. So this corresponds to some solutions like side chains and checkpoints. So basically, those chains will regularly submit checkpoints to a secure blockchain like Ethereum. But the problem of this approach is really that this is a one-way transfer of the trust from a strong blockchain to a weak blockchain. And most of the time, the weaker blockchains, they need to give up the individual sovereignty, which means that whenever there's some major change in the strong blockchain platform, those weaker blockchains need to adapt to them. So here in this work, we are trying to think about another approach. So we call it boosting the trust. So now today we have many blockchains. Can we simply boost the trust among themselves and just to generate a combined ledger that is secure to any of these participating ledgers? So we want two good properties. So the first one is we want the trust boosting to be adaptive. This means that the boosting can be offered simply via lightweight smart contracts. So it means that there's no need to launch a new blockchain or no need to change the consensus layer of those existing blockchains. And the second property we would like to is to have customizable trust boost. So this means that we can simply elevate the trust for certain high-value transactions. So if you have a very high-value transaction, then you should be willing to pay for it. So you just pay for the security. And this is our formal problem statement. It's here like given M equally secure ledgers, but any of F of them can be 40. 40 means that they may not give like proper safety or liveness guarantee. So given these conditions, can we generate a combined ledger? That this combined ledger is always safe and alive. And to make some notations here, we like to call these participating or constituent blockchains as local blockchains or local ledger. And the consensus they were using will be called local consensus. And this combined ledger will be called the trust booster ledger or the global ledger. So here, this problem actually has been started in a previous work called ledger combiners for faster settlement. They started the problem in a shared memory model. So basically, they model the blockchain clients as the processes, and the blockchains as some shared objects. And basically, in our work, we formally prove that as long as there is at least one faulty ledger, then you cannot solve consensus in this setting. So this sounds like a really bad news, but the good news is that today the blockchains, they are pretty smart. So they are programmable, you can implement a smart contract on those blockchains, and they are also interoperable, meaning that they are usually connected by cross-chain bridge, and this can be instantiated by some real-world project like the IBC protocol in Cosmos or Axie Genius blockchains. Assume that they use some kind of consensus to maintain safety or liveness. So this can be any type of consensus, including like PBFT style protocols like Tendermint or Hot Stuff, or it can be like longest chain or Nakamoto style protocols like Ouroboros. So with these two primitives, we are ready to build our trust boost ledger. So this is, I will give you one example. We will use the example of name service, and we would like to upgrade this smart contract into a cross-chain version. So here we name it name service X. So basically, name service is a very simple contract with only a few lines that allows you to register a domain name on a blockchain. And on the left-hand side of these lines, you can see like this is normally how name service contract works in a blockchain like Ethereum. So there are submit and check interface provided to the client. And the client can simply submit a transaction saying that I want to register a name ABC. Then after this transaction is committed on the blockchain, then he got the domain name. And on the right-hand side, we have a construction for trust boost. So from the client's perspective, it looks exactly the same as a normal ledger. So it has the same interface, submit and check. But inside the box of trust boost, we have many, here we have M underlying local ledgers, and on each of these ledgers, and they are connected by a cross-chain communication layer, and allow them to send and receive messages among each other. And on the top of each of the ledger, we deploy the two sets of contract. The first one is the application contract. In this example, is the name service X. And basically, it's the cross-chain version of the name service contract. And it turns out that we only need to change a few lines of code in the original contract. And another contract, which is our main contribution, is called the trust booster contract. So it basically implements the logic of a full consensus protocol, but using smart contract. So for example, we can use a leader-based consensus protocol like Tendermint or Hot Stuff. So then in this example here, this will, if the client, then again, he wants to submit a request saying that I want to register ABC, then first, this request will be sent to a leader blockchain, leader ledger, and then after complicated consensus protocol, the same transaction or the same request will be replicated on all these underlying ledgers, but using the consensus protocol implemented in the trust boost smart contract. And about the security analysis, it's actually very straightforward because we can simply reuse the security analysis of the consensus protocol we implemented in Trust Boost. So we simply model the blockchain as objects. If the blockchain has some super majority on its assumption, then it simply behaves as a non-faulty object or non-faulty validator who will not equivocate, who will follow our protocol. But if it does not have the super majority security guarantee, then we allow the blockchain to behave arbitrarily. So basically, it can be modeled as a Byzantine node or Byzantine validator. And here, the CCC, we simply model it as an authenticated channel. And if the underlying ledger, if they can provide a certain type of proof of commitment, like the quorum certificate that is generated by Hot Stuff, then we can simply use this as a signature among the blockchains. And even if they do not provide such a signature, it's still possible to use the light clients to check the states, check what happens on the other blockchain. And actually, my talk can stop here, and our paper can also end here. It's like a fine paper, but we do want to have some practical and immediate relevant. So we found that actually Cosmos, they have this Cosmos SDK, which implement the Tendermint as local consensus. And it's very easy to use. Anyone can set up their own Cosmos blockchain within 10 minutes. And they also provide this CCC primitive, that is the IBC protocol, that connects these blockchains. So basically, Cosmos ecosystem is the internet of blockchains and provides the ideal environment for us to implement the Trust Boost. I guess I will skip some technical details in our implementation, but if you are engineering in the blockchain space, you should understand that implementing a consensus protocol was never easy, and not to say that we implemented in smart contracts. So there are quite a few limitations when implementing that in smart contract, including like single-threaded, but we were able to fix that. For that, feel free to read our paper and to check out the details. And the consensus protocol we implemented in Trust Boost is called information theoretic hot stuff, which was the state-of-the-art BFT protocols without using any public key. And actually later this protocol is still like fairly complicated. So lately I worked a little bit on this field. So we were able to improve this protocol a little bit. We can reduce the communication complexity by a round of 1. So that's my recent work with my student. And after implementing Trust Boost, we also did some evaluation on the protocol. So basically, we care about the 2 questions. The first one is, what is the price the user need to pay for the security? Like if they want to move their application to the trustable ledger, if they want to buy a higher security, what's the price? And the second question we would like to answer in the evaluation is that how well does Trust Boost scale, like in the number of underlying ledgers? So this table shows the results. So basically, you can see that the gas usage of Trust Boost scales actually quadratically in the number of nodes, but that's kind of expected because the consensus protocol we implemented has a quadratic communication complexity, and the latency also scales linearly. And although here, like when we have 10 underlying ledgers, the total gas usage is about 600 million. That looks like a lot, but actually it turns out it only costs about $2 to $10, so which is kind of compatible or in line with the cost on a Bitcoin or Ethereum blockchain. So those are very strong blockchains. And we also were able to identify some approaches to further reduce our gas usage. So the first one is that we can try batching and to amortize the gas cost for the Trust Boost protocol. And another one is that we should really try hard to improve the IBC efficiency. Like here currently, the IBC protocol, like even for one cross-chain token transfer, could cost about 2 seconds and 350,000 gas. So, but if we can reduce these numbers, then the performance of Trust Boost can be improved significantly. Okay, and I would also like to show some use case of Trust Boost. So the first application is about a checkpointing service. So right now, many blockchains, they decided to checkpoint to Ethereum or Bitcoin because they believe that Ethereum and Bitcoin has very strong security. But here, we provide another way to do checkpoint because now we can construct a strong ledger just out of these weak ledgers themselves. Then we can use this trustable ledger and to checkpoint all those ledgers. And then we just need to slightly change the finality rule of this ledger to follow the checkpoints. Then in this way, all those underlying ledgers will share the same security level as this trustable ledger. And another application is for cross-chain token transfer, like the attack or the vulnerability I showed at the beginning of my talk. Like now, if you want to have a really high value transaction or your token is really valuable, then it's possible for you to move the token stake to the Trust Boost ledger. And here the guarantee is that your state will share the same security level as the trust boost ledger, and only the token state need to be upgraded. But all the other applications you don't want, like strong security, can still reside on the underlying local blockchains. So although this paper is kind of new, like we presented this paper at CCS 2023 last November, but there are already quite a few like follow-up works by my collaborator or some other blockchain researchers. So I would like to say this is a new research direction that is called smart contract executable distributed protocols. So there are quite a few follow-up works, including one paper already accepted by CCS 2023, and quite a few new papers also in this direction. So basically, they implemented a distributed protocol using smart contracts. Some protocols are fairly simple, like just some timestamping protocols, or some protocols are even more complicated than the consensus protocol we implemented in Trust Boost. Okay, so as a conclusion, so here, in Trust Boost, we provide a way to boost the trust among a group of weak blockchains. And we started this trust boosting problem in an extended model fitting today's multi-chain framework in our blockchain infrastructure. And one way to understand Trust Boost is that Trust Boost is simply a proxy smart contract to improve the application security. And we also identified quite a few future directions, like here we assume that every blockchain have an equal amount of security, but actually we can also implement unequal ways of boosting, like we can measure the security of a blockchain by like the market capacity of that blockchain. So that should be very straightforward. And also some other future directions, like to improve the efficiency of the CCC or to improve the efficiency of the underlying consensus protocol. In both ways, we will be able to improve the efficiency of Trust Boost. Okay, so that concludes my talk. I would like to thank you everyone for your time. So here are a barcode for our paper and my email address. And you can also find the full paper here through this link. And a little bit for myself, I'm a faculty member at Hong Kong University and Guangzhou, and I'm also a consultant at Scuro. So both my research group and the Scuro protocol team are still hiring. So if you have students or if you want to work with exciting problems, so feel free to reach me.
Thank you, Professor Wang. Now let's welcome Professor Zhen Zhang, the lead researcher at Cryptape and Nervous, to share about my biases against every consensus protocol that is not Nakamoto consensus. Welcome.
Thank you. When I received the invitation to speak here, I was surprised to find out this is a scholars conference among a series of industrial ones. And this fact, once again, brought up the central question in my not-so-long research career. What is the role of researchers in the blockchain world? More specifically, what is my role? And what is a researcher anyway? Some researchers are seen as gods. They conjure the impossible and generate a huge industry, like Satoshi. Some play God. They believe in the pursuit of truth. They are free from the constraints of law and morality. And others are oracles. They remind humans of their limitations and reveal the universe's pattern. But the blockchain world no longer needs gods and oracles. The developers and entrepreneurs, they don't need us to tell them what cannot be done. At least I'm not good enough to be one. So, knowing that I cannot create or reveal something magnificent, I find pleasure in destroying something that claims to be magnificent. I discover my true talent after this revelation comes after attacking a Bitcoin scaling protocol called Bitcoin Unlimited. I will tell you that story in a minute. My true talent is making others unhappy. And being the cause of this unhappiness brings me great happiness. And I am not alone. After checking today's agenda, I realized most of the speakers are security researchers. Admit it, choosing to be a security researcher means that there must be something deeply psychologically wrong with us. There's even a German word for this kind of pleasure. It's called Schadenfreude. So I hope to be a gadfly. Socrates, in his defense when on trial for his life, compared himself to a gadfly, which stings people and whips them into a fury, all in the service of truth. What am I doing here? I'm here to disseminate bias. These are my opinions. Sometimes they are rejected several times before being accepted for publication by some open-minded reviewers. Outside academia, they are also loved by some and hated by others. Just like Zheng Yefu, a professor in my alma mater, used to say, a PhD equips one to convince others of their biases. How boring a person would be without any biases. This is the title of my talk. Let's begin. I will delve into 5 different types of protocols. I know most of you are most curious about Ethereum, so I will save it for the last. Just in case I go a little bit over time and our host has to cut me off, they'll feel a little bit guilty. First, against Bitcoin Unlimited. This is Jonathan Sampolinsky. He is the designer of the Ghost protocol and the founder of Kaspa. He guided me in the early stages of my PhD. Back in 2017, he told me in a phone call that Bitcoin is about to split into 2 chains. Maybe there's something you can do. So what happened then? For those of you who are too young to remember things, in 2017, there was a Bitcoin scaling debate on how should Bitcoin increase its throughput. The most popular approach among the miners is a protocol called Bitcoin Unlimited. It claims to raise the block size limit without splitting the network. Its supporters were so confident about its superiority that they claimed to launch a 51% attack once they become the supermajority. But what worries the community is its security. Its supporters claim that attack will cost the attacker far more than the victim. Due to time constraints, I don't have time to cover its technical details. I will just focus on one point. In BU, there is no block validity consensus, which means a valid block to you may be invalid to the others. Each miner chooses for itself what means a valid block. Each miner has its own block size limit. What we did in this study is to analyze 2 claims by BU supporters in 3 different incentive models and show that BU weakens Bitcoin security in all scenarios. In essence, what happened is, in BU, an attacker can generate a block so that the honest mining power is split onto 2 different chains. And at the end, the 2 chains will converge so that more than 1 honest blocks are orphaned by just 1 attacker blocks. So in my opinion, BU's slogan should be modified into Bitcoin Unlimited, release the potential attacks. After our paper was released, BU's support rate dropped immediately. Quindex reported our results, which ended the debate around BU security. Several months later, BU support rate dropped to 0. This paper was published in Connex at the end of the year. Second, against 9 other proof-of-work protocols. To improve Nakamoto consensus, I designed, modeled, and evaluated dozens of ideas, but none is perfect. But these flawed ideas kept being published with none or partial security evaluation. I think people need to be informed. I'm a little ashamed to admit this is in line with crab mentality. If I don't get it, you don't get it either. Here's the story above the table. There are many protocols that claim to improve Nakamoto consensus. But the real question is there a protocol that comprehensively outperforms NC in security? To evaluate that, we first need to understand how can NC be improved? NC's main weakness is its poor chain quality, which leads to 3 attacks. First, selfish mining attack. The procedure of selfish mining is identical to that of chain quality attacks, but these 2 attacks have different goals. A selfish miner aims to raise its profit, whereas a chain quality attacker aims to raise its percentage of main chain blocks. These 2 attacks are not equivalent in other consensus protocols. Second, double spending attack. I think I can skip this part. Everyone knows what a double spending attack is. Third, censorship attack. In a censorship attack, the attacker claims to invalidate all blocks confirming certain transactions. And if some miners disagree with the attacker will try to invalidate these blocks. Although the success rate of this attack is low, the rational choice for honest miner is to join the attacker so that the attacker becomes a de facto owner. There are other attacks against, there are other mining-related attacks, but they don't target the consensus protocol directly. So our evaluation framework consists of 4 metrics. A better than NC protocol needs to either achieve better chain quality or resist better against all 3 attacks. Accordingly, we split all the protocols that claim to be better than NC into 2 different groups. The better chain quality protocols claim that I can raise the chain quality and solve all the attacks fundamentally. The attack usually with a different fork resolving policy. The attack-resistant protocols claim that I don't need to raise the chain quality. I can defend against the attacks. We further split this group into 3 subgroups. Reward all protocols would compensate the losers so that there is no incentive to do selfish mining. Punishment protocol will fine all the competing blocks so that double spending will get punished anyway. And reward lucky protocols, they only distribute rewards to certain lucky blocks, hoping that this block serve as anchor point to secure the network. Our results show that none of these protocols comprehensively outperforms NC. They either only raise the chain quality in certain attack scenarios or sacrificing one attack resistance for another. We discover a series of protocol-specific attacks and several insights on why they fail to achieve their goals. This talk only has room for 2. The first one is rewards don't solve the attack. It is a common mistake to try to design a novel incentive mechanism to defend against certain attacks. However, attackers have different incentives. There is no reward scheme that discourages all of them. We discover a dilemma called rewarding the bad versus punishing the good. If you reward all the mining product, then there's no risk to double spend, because the double spending attacker will get the reward anyway. If you punish all the competing blocks, you actually give the attacker a new tool to perform censorship attack. If you reward only the lucky blocks, the attacker can use the lucky blocks to claim the rewards and use the unlucky blocks to attack the honest miners. The second insight is about how to design a consensus protocol. We should not design protocols too complicated to analyze. Neither should we perform security analysis that are against only one attack strategy, against one attacker incentive, or with unrealistic parameters. Just like Knudsen used to say, if a protocol is not provably secure, it is probably not secure. But actually, Knudsen never said this. What he said is, if a protocol is provably secure, it is probably not. But the modified quote is also valid, I believe, unless you are Satoshi Nakamoto. This paper was published in IEEE SMP 2019. Due to time constraint, I will skip this part. Just remember, sharding is very difficult. Fourth, against 2 DAG-based protocols. For those of you who are not too young, you should know that Bitcoin suffers from a security performance trade-off. If you want to raise the performance by increasing the block size or decreasing the block interval, you will end up with more orphan blocks. Just like Uniten illustrated in this figure, with more orphan blocks, you actually have worse security and worse performance. The security is worsened because it allows the attacker to secretly generate a longer chain with fewer percentage of mining power. The performance is also worsened because all the bandwidth wasted on propagating these orphan blocks do not contribute to transaction confirmation. This trade-off is solved by my design NCMax. We don't have time to cover how it works. You have to take a leap of faith, and trust me, it solves the problem. But it is not easy to get NCMax published. We were rejected several times before being accepted. Part of the reason why it is so difficult to get it accepted is that the reviewers keep asking us this question. Why design a chain-based protocol when DAG protocols solve the security performance trade-off already? This motivates us to do another study persuading the community that DAG protocols do not solve the security performance trade-off. What is a DAG-based protocol? To have higher throughput, by people I mean Jonathan. Jonathan proposed to replace the chain-based blockchain structure with directed acyclic graph. Each block can have more than one predecessor, and more than one concurrent blocks can all contribute to transaction confirmation. But early DAG-based protocols either have weak security guarantee or only offer partial security analysis. The only two worthy opponents are provable secure DAG-based protocols, Prism and Oki. They can prove their security and performance by decoupling transaction synchronization and confirmation. Due to time constraint, we don't have time to cover how they work, but their main idea is very simple, just like NCMax. So the burden of transaction confirmation falls on the shoulder of a series of NC chains of small blocks. Why do they use NC chains within the DAG protocol? The benefit is that you can borrow NC's security proof, which is really mature and rigorous. Can they really get away with the security performance trade-off? Of course not. The problem of these two protocols is that there's a hidden assumption. They use several small blocks and hoping that these small blocks enjoy a short and constant delay and are always accepted immediately so that they can get away with the security performance trade-off. But it does not hold. We discovered two phenomena where this assumption is false. The first is called block jam. Assuming that your network can only process one block per second, and you have 3 blocks mined within 2 seconds, then at least one of these blocks cannot finish its propagation within 2 seconds, no matter how small they are. There's just not enough bandwidth. The second is called late predecessor. Assuming you have a small block, which is the orange block, refer to a lot of large blocks. Even if the small blocks is propagated immediately to all the miners cannot mine on top of it until all the larger predecessors are received. The miners have to wait for the larger blocks, although they are the predecessor of the smaller block. We did some clever mathematical analysis and show that they also suffer from the security performance trade-off. However, it's not easy to get it published either, because the reviewer keep asking us this question. Why analyzing a DAG-based protocol when chain-based protocols already solve the security performance trade-off already? I know they are probably different set of reviewers, but the ironic feeling is authentic. I spent the last 2 years writing a paper because you said my last paper was not persuasive enough. And now that this paper is finished, you told me you were persuaded 2 years ago. So I find myself in an awkward position. In order to get my paper published, I hope the protocols I attacked get more popular so that people believe it is worth attacking. In the end, this paper was accepted at NDSS, the same conference that accepted NCMax. May the best conference get the best papers. I lost against all proof-of-stake protocols. For those of you who enjoyed the technical part, I'm sorry. This talk is too short to be wasted on attacking proof-of-stake protocols. If you are truly interested, you can check out my 2019 talk, where I spent an hour illustrating why proof of stake can never be as secure as proof of work, and how many attacks are yet to be formally analyzed. We did some simple statistics. We did a little project at our research group that surveys 585 blockchain papers presented at top CS conference from 2020 to 2022. Surprisingly, there are still more proof-of-work papers than proof-of-stake papers. We discovered the following insights. For this formal analysis of Nakamoto consensus, researchers discovered that it is more secure than previously believed. But for proof-of-stake protocols, researchers discover more attack vectors. Basically, these attack vectors instantiating my 2019 talk. And new proof-of-stake designs, we are not sure they can ever achieve proof-of-work security. And there's no analysis or measurement study on proof-of-stake ecosystem because they are either too centralized or too homogeneous. A special case is Ethereum proof-of-stake. I mention it because it's so much fun. In Ethereum, a valid block to some may be invalid to others. Recall that, which means there is no block validity consensus. Ethereum uses synchronous model when issuing rewards, and partially synchronous model when confirming blocks. Recall that if a protocol is not provably secure, it is probably not secure. Thus, it could reward the bad and punishing the good at the same time. Recall that rewards don't solve the attacks. I thought it's a good topic for me to work on. However, I was too late because a lot of researchers already jumped on it like a pack of wolves. Some of these issues are already solved. Ethereum claims to own the future. However, those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. What's next? With so many researchers attacking Ethereum, it is difficult to find a new angle, let alone a new message. Yet I managed to find one, but I write slowly. So I will end this presentation with my most sincere blessing towards Ethereum. Please don't die until I am done with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Zhang. Now let's move on to our session 5 today, the panel about East, West, industry, and academia. Let's welcome our panelists, Yi Tang, the principal at Qiming Venture Partners, Emma Cui, the co-founder and managing partner at Long Hash Ventures, Tina Zheng, the co-founder and steward at Flashbots, James Palio, the managing partner at Figment Capital, and also Kun Peng, the founder at Stanford Blockchain Accelerator, and also our moderator, Audrey Tang, the founder of ZRK Lab. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Enjoy the whole conference day. Yeah, and we also have a great panelist here, and I think maybe some of you know each other well. But first, please give us a quick intro of yourself, your project, or your role, something.
Hello, everybody. I'm Yi from Qiming Venture Partners. We are one of the leading venture firms in Asia, and we have been investing in the space since 2019. And also, it's great to be here at the conference for the second time. We do think it's a great initiative. So it's exciting to be here, learn about all the new researchers, and also have the time to chat with everybody here, all the friends here today.
Thank you. Thanks for invitation, Audrey. It's great to be here. I'm Emma. I'm the founding partner of Long Hash Ventures. We are a crypto native VC fund based out of Singapore, have been in the space for the last 5 years, more than 100 portfolio companies, including some of the household names like Polkadot, Manta, Astar, and whatnot. So happy to contribute to the panel.
I'm Tina from Flashbots. I was a co-founder and I'm a steward of the Flashbots Collective. We defined the MEV space and been doing infra R&D within the Ethereum ecosystem.
Hey everybody, I'm Jim Perillo, managing partner at Figment Capital. We are an early stage venture fund that focuses on blockchain infrastructure, primarily scalability, interoperability, ZK technology, privacy, and sometimes user experience. We spun out of a company called Figment that's one of the largest block producers in proof of stake infrastructure. And we've taken a lot of those lessons and we've applied them to the teams and the organizations and the networks that we invest in.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Kun Peng, founder of the Stanford Blockchain Accelerator program. So basically at the cross-section of industry and academia. Also teach at Stanford on Web3 entrepreneurship. So trying to help some of the best founders from the Stanford blockchain ecosystem, being researchers, students, professors, etc. In the past, there's some interesting projects that came out of the ecosystem, like Cardera's, Nexus, Modules Labs, Zero Gravity, Succinct Labs, among others. So happy to be here and contribute to the panel. Okay, great. It's a great panel, right? Okay, let's quick with the first question. And during our last conference, which happened in the last November, we're still in the deep bear market. But things changed during the last 6 months. And in your point of view, and what sectors that kick off this change? And also, do you think we are in the which situation of this circle? It will keep us through the next, maybe next year or still next 2 years?
Okay, so I'll start. So really quick, I think from a research and development point of view, it often decouples with the market cycle, right? So what I can see from the R&D side is like they are always progressing all aspects, right? For example, the major upgrade on the Ethereum side, so things are keep iterating and developing, so that's awesome. On the market side, it did come back quite a lot, I guess mainly due to the Bitcoin spot ETF approval and many other development. But I guess from my point of view, I don't, in the industry or in the sector, I don't see like super major development that excites everybody. So for me, I do think the market or the sector right now, it's a little bit boring per se to me. And I guess I'm really looking forward to more developers coming to the field and make new stuff, and hopefully we can see something exciting in this cycle.
Totally agree with Yi. I think first question is which stage are we in the market? Typically, I would like to divide it into bear market, early bull, late bull, and distribution phase. I feel we're probably somewhere between early bull and peak bull. Because every time when crypto price reaches all-time high, it will also go into a more euphoria phase, right, which is more expensive. And now we've just kind of hit all-time high for Bitcoin and not even for ETH and some of the altcoins. So I do think there's still some way to go. Coming back to the drivers, I think for this cycle, there are certainly two tailwind factors, right? One factor Yi has mentioned, which is the BTC approval, ETF approval, which kind of bring BTC and crypto as a one institutional assets, right? So we can expect a lot of the institutional funds starts to allocate to this sector. And the second tailwind, I think it's a liquidity cycle. Every time the bull market of crypto coincides with the liquidity cycle, which means, rate cuts in macro environment, that's going to bring more liquidity into risky assets. And right now we haven't experienced the rate cut yet, but there's a lot of anticipation in terms of rate cut over the next 12 months or so. So I think those are definitely positive tailwind for the industry.
I guess as a token startup person, working in the crypto or infra R&D side, we are absolutely untouched by the market condition, to the extent that I was looking at institution money going into, potentially DeFi. Unfortunately, there is a big regulatory hurdle. Plus that CeFi yields is actually drawing all of the institutional trading volume to CeFi, and they don't actually deploy more capital in DeFi. And at the same time, for infra, I think that we're looking for traction specifically with all of the Ethereum ecosystem. We haven't found it in terms of like the L2 usage, etc. But we're hopeful. So hopefully after the frothy market is over, we can have something left for years to come to build on.
Yeah, I'll take a different approach. So I guess what I'll say is that I think what we're seeing right now is a bit of a focus on the user for the first time in a really long time. And what we're seeing as a benefit of that is that teams and that are built towards empowering users rather than other aspects of maybe the tech stack. And maybe we're at a point right now where we have enough progress where we can actually think about the user. But a lot of where we're seeing the most transaction throughput and where we're seeing a lot of the most interest up until fairly recently has been Solana and high throughput blockchains. People are a little bit tired of spending too much. People are a little bit too tired of not having transactions go through. And I think we're starting to see user preferences move towards maybe a Gen 2 type transaction supply network, which would be L2s on Ethereum, Solana, and maybe some of these other all L1s as well. It's interesting to see. And we're seeing certain innovations on the L2 side as well that are going to start to, I think, prioritize cost and like low latency over maybe some decentralization. There's going to be trade-offs, and we're going to have to see like who kind of wins out. Monad recently raised. It seems like parallel execution is something that people are really interested in, and or at least investors are. And we'll see whether like users get a benefit in some type of user experience as a result of that.
Yeah, I agree with all the points made by the previous panelists, and a few things on add on is like I feel like it's a spectrum. Like people are more sitting on the research side of things. They're less sensitive to the market condition because they're still doing research, right? They would have still done the research on the ZK space, and infra space, on cryptography space. It would, even like Bitcoin price was like 10K or 1K, right? So that kind of research continued, and the interest still there. And then with market condition, what happened, since I've seen several cycles in the Stanford blockchain ecosystem, is higher price can actually attract two things like user adoption and also like talents. So more specifically on my end is talent. So like usually during the bull market, we have a massive inflow of students, and they are able to raise decent amount of VC money, and then they are building on top. So I think this kind of wealth effect brought by the market condition bull market is always good to attract top talents, and they can continuously build and make the ecosystem more mature. So it's a very interesting phenomenon that's happening only in crypto. Being in other industry or tech industry, you're really attracting people by merit rather than by the financial aspect of the technology. So I think that actually helped to accelerate the maturity and the development of the industry by massive user adoption and talent attraction.
Oh, great. Just a quick question to James. You're talking about the Solana, yeah. And actually, maybe we call it meme spring. There are lots of memes happening in the Solana ecosystem. Also, some layer to just like the base. What's your point of view? What's your view about that? Yeah.
So I'm a little older, And so I'm more of like on the investor side than on the trader side. So it's a little foreign to me, the meme coin trading. What I will say is that it is to like the point of wealth effects. There have been a number of airdrops in the Solana ecosystem recently for projects that have launched and have been like, you know, servicing the Solana ecosystem for multiple years. Jito, Jupiter, both great teams, great projects. And those airdrops ultimately led to, and as well as like the low cost and kind of like high throughput that's available on something like Solana prior to some of the transaction challenges that they've been having, has created like sort of a frenzy where, you know, there's a lot of trading, there's a lot of like back into Solana or Sol tokens, and the community and the ecosystem that's stuck around, which like, congratulations, honestly, well deserved. People are making some like life-changing money and able to maybe really have their lives benefit from that. I'll leave that to like other VCs who have written thought pieces on it over the last few weeks. There are plenty of them. Go on crypto Twitter or go to their websites. You don't need to hear me pontificate about it. But what I would say is like, it helps in certain aspects of being able to challenge where the bottlenecks exist in your network and in your like your tech stack, because you're seeing a lot of trades very quickly. You're seeing like hardware get like overrun and RPC nodes get overrun. You're seeing transactions fail and slippage limits needing to be increased. And you're also recognizing like where your users may need a little bit more education. If you have users that are like setting 90% slippage tolerance, I'm not sure if that's a better user experience than like setting it at 5% and maybe just not getting your transaction through. But like users need to have that education. So I think it's like, there are probably some silver linings if you look hard enough. And yeah, I guess that's my answer.
Okay, I now view from our VC friend.
Sorry.
Yeah, I can.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, happy to share. I think we try to remain objective about meme coin. I think on one hand, it's very interesting because I think it helps to unite some of the, you know, in crypto, a lot of people are super young, right? Very degen, so they like to have a bit of fun. And if there's certain kind of popular memes in the culture, right, that helps to unite them and whatnot. But I also feel like we've reached a stage where meme coin becomes highly manipulated as well, because it's not, when it first started, it's a bit more unintentional, right? But whereas now it becomes too intentional, and it's a tool that can be manipulated very easily by people who probably doesn't have the purest of intentions. So I feel like you just need to kind of try to differentiate the good memes versus bad memes, the ones that are trying to take advantage of the market, and you know, but you also have to kind of acknowledge it's a pretty highly risky bet, right? Because sometimes you don't know the team behind it, you don't know the distribution and whatnot. But overall, I think it's an interesting phenomenon, and if you pick the right ones, it could be very, very interesting and also massively profitable.
So I can add 2 quick points on meme coins. First is from an engineering point of view, I think it's a great thing to test out the whole system. And it's always a great thing. It's happening in the past cycles, past years, right? And also, it brings attention to some of the research topics. So for example, on the MEV side, right? On meme coins, there are lots of MEVs being captured on different blockchains. So it's a great, great bed for experiment, right? And second thing, so meme coins and the popularity of meme coins right now always reminds me of like how early we are in the how early the industry is, right? Like we talk about all the like both the startups and the investors talk about all the fancy impact like blockchains have made to the world, but frankly speaking, like all this kind of meme coin thing just reminds you like lots of fancy stuff other than meme coins are just like never realized at this point of time, right? So I guess that's 2 takeaways from this thing.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment regarding meme coin. So I think I'm trying to see what's behind, right, and what this technology, crypto, the financialization empowered. So if you look at the history of humankind, it's actually all about consensus. But forming consensus are actually very hard. Like the fact of China that was formed through thousands of years of culture, the government, the religion, and everything take a long time. However, it's the development technology that accelerated the forming of consensus, such as the case of internet and social media made the consensus formation super easy or faster, and the consensus is like instead of one-to-many, top-down, start to be bottom-up, many-to-many. Every people can have a KOL, can become a KOL, can start broadcast messages. Similarly with crypto, it actually makes the financial consensus become much more democratized and much more accelerated. So that's a phenomenon of meme coin, right? For instance, Robinhood accelerated the democratization of trading. A lot of people started to trade. But however, GameStop happened. So there's a choking point where Robinhood can basically delist like the GameStop token stock, and then people cannot trade anymore. But in crypto, such a financial consensus can be formed, and there's no choking point. No one can like delist token or prevent user from trading. So it's like, what I view it as more like capitalism, which is bubble, debubble, bubble again, and then you develop through there, and kind of social Darwinism, but on steroid. Like put it extremely fast, like even like a month or year instead of historical capitalism. The bubble and debubble or blow up the bubble take like 10 years or decades.
Okay. I guess I just wanted to echo Tang Yi, what you mentioned. So from a blockchain infra point of view, meme coins, perhaps like for anyone who's here trading meme coins, beware of, are you the product? Because what we see on chain is, first, is a good stress test of the blockchain infra, especially around fee markets and mempool design. It also has given rise in this past bull kind of to Telegram bots, which in some sense brought in new flow, potentially from centralized CeFi and somewhere and elsewhere. But it has brought really poor security practice also into the transaction supply chain. But the traders are having a feast, making money off those who are selling off your order flow. So yeah, it's a trade-off, but it's still fun. Researchers love it too, if you look at the PFPs. But anyways.
Great. Okay. And all of you have seen the crypto world, the whole crypto world, both in directly working in the project or inviting lots of worldwide crypto projects. And in your point of view, what's the similarities or the difference between the East and the West? Yeah, maybe start from Kun.
Sure. So the question is more like the project, what's the difference between East and West? So what I see is, I think Western or project in America tend to be more like infra focused. I think it's because it's like some of the most reputable institutions doing research are located in like America and the West. So that's why the researchers can actually commercialize and do a startup with the support of VCs, those kind of infra projects. And the East tend to be more application driven, just because I think more specifically Chinese are really good at execution. You can say the miners and the exchanges are all Chinese, and the major apps are Chinese as well, or predominantly Asians, where they're very good at execution, fast iteration, and also there's a massive user base in Asia as well. And what that would mean is, where I think still at the stage where we're working on the infra is still premature or not mature enough. So that's why a lot of applications tend to be a little bit like hype-driven. So you don't see application able to live multiple cycle. Application can really go to like very much hyped. A lot of people use it, but usually within the cycle. The next cycle, for instance, NFT is kind of turning cold, and there's some new narrative. That's the case for applications. So that kind of nature or characteristic of application kind of shape the mentality of Asian VC and project. They tend to be much more sensitive to time and trying to time the market and trying to maximize the time within one cycle versus the Western project, Western VC, because their project or infra can live through multiple cycles. They're much less time sensitive and much more focused on the long term of the infra project.
Yeah, happy to chip in. So we're based in Singapore, but we have people in Silicon Valley as well. So I think we have a pretty good view of East and West type of projects. I would say the whole industry is still very early, right? Everyone's still building infrastructure. So in terms of the type of projects we see, I think across the whole stack, like what Kun was saying, Western projects tends to build more lower stack, more infrastructure, whereas East projects tends to build more application, right? But the whole industry haven't reached the point where we have massive breakout of consumer apps. So to a certain extent, I think the Eastern projects are somewhat disadvantaged, right? But also, I think they could be the lifeline of energy that comes in and really propel the market forwards in terms of mass adoption. So I think that's the difference there. Secondly is the market infrastructure is different for the West and East. So in the West, I think you have a lot of deep tech, a lot of academic research, right, that are super helpful, that contributes to the progress of blockchain industry. But in the East, you have the exchanges, right? You have the retails, you have the gamers and whatnot. So it really helps with mass adoption and also kind of providing liquidity to the projects. So I think the best projects we've seen that we're most proud of are probably a combination of the advantages of those two.
So I think perhaps I can comment from both from the investment side, having dealt with both investors from both sides, as well as like from a startup perspective. I think that the East feels a bit bipolar in the sense of, on the one hand, like from both investors and entrepreneur profile, you have absolutely, I guess, 佛系, whatever that is, like in English, like very chill Buddha-like investment philosophy, just, park your money, some long-term professor coin, and then just, check back at it, that kind of VCs. And then you have like extremely like short-term myopic, trader style, capital that makes the market quite frothy. And similarly, you see like, fellow startup, like founders, they're kind of split between, I think in general, one trend is opportunistic. Like I think one is like, the one thing in common is wherever they come from, they're opportunistic. But in terms of like the ones who made it, not only do they focus on application, but they're very, very good at product management. In the sense of like, I would say 10x that of any, like, some of the Asian wallets, the user experience is 10x that of any of the top PMs. So like, this is definitely an advantage that I think is underrated. So I think everything else others have said. Oh, maybe one other comment that's kind of interesting is that I think that on the East side, the investors tend to lag behind in terms of information, from Silicon Valley, the gossip chain there. The angels and the rumor mill in Silicon Valley, they start probably at very early stage, at hackathon stage, in most ecosystem, and they scout out and they follow the winners of interesting hackathon projects that oftentimes pan out in bear market to interesting startup in bull market. But you rarely see Asian faces there. Start to have some. So they just a data point, when we raised our Series A, we did a sealed bid auction with venture capital. And so like essentially we got 11 bids from the US. We got 1 bid from Asia because we actually did not tell anyone we're raising. So it just, people kind of figured out. So you can see the clustering. We got like probably 5 on the East Coast, 6 on the West Coast in the US in terms of like venture capital who bid for our Series A. But, and also pricing differential is that the the Asia bid is 2x that of the valuation of any of the Western bid. And so it was a huge price differential. They clearly were not looped in terms of the gossip mill. So it's very interesting to see like a experiment like in prod from a fundraising experience.
So I guess I can talk more about, because all the panelists have already talked about the difference between the east and the west side, right? I guess what I'm thinking is, in the long run, I think the differences there will be fewer differences in the long run. And ultimately, in the long run, what's important is how, from a startup point of view, how do you serve your users, whether it's end users or enterprises or developers, right? So I think I think after the industry or market has been developed for years, we will shift our focus to look at more like looking at those users. Where are all those users, right? If you just talk about the US and the China side, I guess it's challenging because both countries have pretty developed financial systems, right? From a practical point of view, I think for most of the end users, it doesn't bring great value to them because their previous system is already quite developed. What may bring more benefit or value is regions or jurisdictions beyond the two big part, right? Out there, the financial system is underdeveloped, and there are many more like underdeveloped people. So I guess ultimately, no matter it's a team from the west or east side, you need to be able to have a global view and to be able to capture those users from those regions. And if you bring, I guess from a user point of view, they don't really know, like, because I have some friends in other regions, and when I talk about, okay, this product is developed by a Chinese team, they didn't even know, like they couldn't tell, and all they care about is whether it brings value to them. So I guess hopefully at that stage, I guess people think less about whether it's a east or west side product or team, and it's more focused on like, okay, how many users are you covering, and what values do you bring, and how many value are you capturing? And I think I hope that will become a more important topic at some point. Yeah.
I'll go very quickly. We have LPs that are in the East and we have LPs that are in the West. We love them both. We have portfolio companies that are in the East and we have portfolio companies that come from the West. It's always easier to invest in someone when you can meet them in person. And it's certainly easier when one of us is not on the phone or on the webcam at 11 o'clock at night and one is at 11 o'clock in the morning. It's hard. But like I think both the East needs the West and the West needs the East. And we are benefiting from each other and being able to work together and come to things like this conference here, which is like my second time here, as well as like conferences where you have like DevCon, which like very much promotes being in a different area of the world like every other year. And being able to travel around the world is like absolutely a perk of the job. And getting to meet people in like different areas of the world and in different like cities and countries. So I guess what I would say is like we have users and we have applications that are specific to like the East where you have these super apps, and that's for like Web 2 apps. The West has like a much more like kind of restriction on having some sort of super app that's going to be like monopolistic on like the user experience. And so as a result of that, like the products that come out of the East and the products that come out of the West sometimes are very different. But I think ultimately they both like tend to inform like the way that things will develop, and I think we'll see Web3 applications look much more like super apps to the extent that they can. but then we have things like modularity that try to kind of break that up. So yeah, I think it's like pretty good mix right now. And I think we'll start to see more, there will be more application developers in the West, and we're seeing a lot more really strong teams come out of the East that are building on the infrastructure side now, like much more so than like 2 years ago.
Yeah, great. This question is to Tina. And we all know that Flashbot as a game changer started from research. And for also, there are lots of researchers maybe who will turning their research into the next big thing in the crypto. And what's your advice for them? And maybe got any wisdom or lesson learned during the last several years?
Yeah, so I think it's kind of tricky. Being a researcher, probably my greatest advice or lesson is that find a good operator. Like, find within your classmates, people you know, someone who actually has done and failed many startups in the past, but you still trust them and they're good people. Because I think I have not seen any, solo researcher being able to make it. There's just so many, startup traps that you need to get through. And in fact, even some of the professors, very esteemed researchers, I think they also struggle with this in terms of finding, you see the ones, the wave of professor coins that didn't pan out, oftentimes it's co-founder issue. So yeah, so that was that's probably the most useful lesson. That said, in terms of from Flashbot's perspective, our work was rooted in research, but in fact, how we came together was more of a product opportunity. That during the DeFi summer, we saw that PGA bots were gaming the gas price to sky high, and chain congestion was huge. So actually, we didn't think about the MEV paper, Flash Boys 2.0 up first, which defined MEV, but rather, it was a few of us came to the same idea that we need a fast lane for transactions. So the question is, we were debating, okay, what kind of architecture do we actually want to go with? And then within my network, a legendary researcher and hacker, Phil Diane, reached out to me saying, hey, I got a design. I heard you guys are working on this problem. I got a treasure map. Do you want to take a look? So that was actually where the product idea and a group of people who are known in the space meets the researcher behind the scene. And the research was very simple and elegant, so that won over basically all of the developers, the builders in the room who wants to vie for a design. So I think, I'm not sure how replicable it is, but I think there is one thing to point to which some of our research network friends here may be able to comment on, which is IC3. So if you are not familiar with IC3, it's actually this intercollegiate network of essentially between academia and the industry. And a lot of the, I would say, crypto researchers from academia comes from this network. And so many founding members of Flashbots, actually we came to know each other through their work in there from IC3. And so, but then one thing just to point to, this is that there is a difference. Basically, some of the top projects, they all have IC3 members in there. But what makes a difference, there's two camps. There's the professor camp, and then there's the dropout camp. Flashbots is in the dropout camp. And in fact, I believe dropouts are going to eat the world. So I advise you all to consider dropping out.
Okay, great. Time's limit. So let's move to the third part, the end part. Just give a few words or one sentence to our audience all the how to collaborate the VC, academic, and project in the Asia area. Yeah.
Okay, I guess really quick from my side. So Audrey, so please continue this kind of event. I think it's great venue, especially on the Asia side, for everybody to collaborate on the topic, and it's awesome. Yeah.
Sorry, is the question about how to facilitate East and West collaboration? Academic and industry. Okay. I think crypto is actually one of the field where academic research really benefits, because with the concept you can easily raise money if the market condition is good, right? And also you can look for operators all over the world, so you're not restricted by geography. And I think university accelerators or blockchain clubs are doing a great job, like what Kun is doing in Stanford, right? To kind of bring the research pieces, the professors, the aspiring kind of students more in touch with the industry operators, help them with early funding, help them with co-founders and whatnot. And for us as an early stage VC, we're also trying to be a lot more plugged into the lead researchers and academic papers, producers out there. So that's why we're a close partner for Kun's Stanford Blockchain Accelerator. We're sponsoring Harvard conferences and whatnot. So I think, if you're doing something interesting in crypto, if your students, like Tina was saying, if you plan to drop out, you have a lot of people you can go to in the industry to get help.
Yeah, sure. I'm sitting in between the dropouts in Stanford University. I feel very conflicted right now. I think one of the things that's probably most underappreciated is like building community. It's one of the areas that Flashbots and Tina, you have done a phenomenal job with, is like building a community of researchers, also investors, and just like people to get more interested in MEV, the problem, and how to fix it, or try to make it better and more equitable and fair. The research events that Tina hosts in countries and cities all over the world are some of the best attended, well attended, and like highest alpha like conversations that you can have with like incredibly intelligent and thoughtful and like experienced searchers and builders and proposers and researchers and investors. And so I think like you can have those communities both in person, which is like incredibly valuable because it's like so rare because people are all over the world, but also those communities exist like online. They exist in the ETH research forums. They exist on the MEV letter that Flashbots puts out every week or two, probably. And then also like on Twitter and probably Farcaster and a bunch of other places as well. So there's like places that you can find communities, you can find like education, and you can find people to like work together with. And building communities is incredibly important and relatively underrated.
Sure. So I think this kind of conference is definitely a great opportunity for the collaboration between industry and academia. And also another interesting thing, I think, in the academic world, actually, language and culture still matters. Like that's why there's a difference between East and West, but seems to matter, or actually matters much less, because it's much more merit-based. The people speak code, speak math, speak cryptography. So it's much easier to collaborate and find common ground because of the math, because of cryptography, less so because you don't speak English or you speak poor English or you don't understand American culture, etc. So I feel definitely there's way more collaboration opportunity between East and West just because it's math and cryptography that everyone speaks deep in the academia.
I guess I'll just comment last in the sense of I think practically speaking, turning research into product is an extremely hard problem that for decades no one has fully mastered it. But I think one thing I learned in the past few years is that research is about open-end asking the right question and finding surprises. But it takes, whether you call it weavers, what we call human water coolers at Flashbots, or like, basically people who have an eye for the practical problem, or that actually needs to be solved, to make use and inform the researchers to actually loop the two ends in, because productization is about consolidation of knowledge, not about finding surprises, and you need a different type of people. And the second thing is we make it, we learn from the best organizations in the world, as well as from Ethereum, where you can see that any R&D organization had this split between research and development, where researchers' mind share must be protected and nurtured. And that sometimes entails defending them for whatever the hell they want to do, as long as you invest in the right person. And the last thing is, I think, for a call to action for VCs, is I think how I could find the problem of MEV came from curiosity of curating knowledge in a particular area that I'm interested in. And that means systematically dissecting what's actually, what's the known unknowns, and then proactively seek out who may have the answers. And I think this is something VCs can do the best in.
Great, thumbs up. So thanks for all of our honorable panelists, and hope all of our audience learned something from this panel. Great, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for our moderator and the panelists. And right now, let's move on to our session 6, liquidity. Let's welcome Professor Zhe Ye from UC Berkeley and Berkeley RDI to talk about towards secure, trust-minimized, optimistic rollup. Welcome.
Hi everyone. I'm a PhD student from UC Berkeley, and also Berkeley Center for Responsible Decentralized Intelligence. So unfortunately, this topic would not be related to liquidity, because I temporarily switched the title, and I thought this topic would be more interesting. So today I'm going to talk about towards secure, trust minimized, optimistic rollups. And this talk is based on a paper published in IEEE Security and Privacy 2024 named Speculative. All right, so an overview of today's talk. So today's talk will be my talk will be have two sections. So first, I will talk about how do we reduce the trust assumptions and also enhance the security of optimistic rollups. And second, I also talk about how to do a trust and minimize smart contract for verification stack. So on the background, so why do we need optimistic rollup? Because Ethereum does not scale, so it has low throughput and also has higher fees. So we need to ask a question: how can we scale Ethereum throughput without compromising decentralization? So optimistic rollup is well-validated scaling solutions. So in case you do not know how optimistic rollup works, here is a quick recap. So in optimistic rollups, a user will send transactions to sequencer, which will put those transactions on chain. But unlike Ethereum, those transactions will not be executed on the Ethereum that is on chain. Instead, there will be an executor off-chain who will execute those transactions and generate the result, commitment of the result, and put it on chain. So if we are trusting the executor, then it will be fine. But an executor might be lying. So within a challenge window, we allow any challenger to submit a fraud proof to prove that the executor put the wrong result on chain to slash the executor and invalidate the result commitment. So in more than optimistic rollups, their objective is they want a low-cost normal execution, which means during the time when the commitment is now being challenged. And also, they want reasonably low cost and bounded dispute resolution when there is a dispute and someone wants to submit a fraud proof. And thirdly, they want an identical developer experience to L1, and which often refers as the EVM equivalence. So both Arbitrum and Optimism, the two biggest optimistic rollups, takes an approach called a compiled approach, in which they designed the fraud proof to be performing an interactive fraud proof over compiled L2 client binary, where the client, the L2 client combines like consensus layer client that is specific to L2, and then existing but modified Ethereum execution layer client implementation, for example, Geth or Nevermind. So in the compiled approach, how does this work? So first, they will compile a layer 2 client, for example, like the L2 Geth, to a lower level target VM. Like for example, for Arbitrum, it is Wasm, and for Optimism, it is MIPS. And they will use a vector commitment to commit to the resulting binary and put this commitment on chain in a fraud proof module. And then when the fraud proof happens, they will enforce execution on binary at the target instruction level with the interactive fraud proof by looking up instructions against the binary. So this seems a little bit complicated, but we can get a key observation here is that the interactive fraud proof verifier is strongly coupled with the specific client binary, and which leads to several security and decentralization challenges. So overall, like based on this observation, we can it leads to three problems. The first is like it precludes the permissionless and trust minimized client diversity. And second, the TCB is too large to audit and infeasible to formally verify. And third, it causes governance burden on frequently triggered upgrade process. So let me get into these one by one. So the first problem is that this architecture does not allow the client diversity, and not specifically the permissionless and trust minimized client diversity. And which leads to the conclusion that there's limited defense against monoculture failure because you can only use a specific client. And therefore, a bug in this specific client can bring down the entire network and cause invalid state transitions. So why this happens? Because like the fraud proof is running on a low-level VM, and this VM is a general VM. It's not just the EVM. So any program can be run on this VM. So you need this binary commitment to ensure it is running the correct EVM. And this binary commitment is permission, which means only the project owner can update this, and it is whitelisted. So only a certain type of EVM or the client can be used in the rollup. So what if we use a K-majority scheme? Like this does not help because it's not permissionless. So you need to make sure that K of n binary, it must be correct. And also, the validators must run all n clients to make sure they are able to challenge each other. Because like if you're only running one type of client, you cannot challenge with the validator who is running another type of client. And therefore, it does not scale. So increase a number of clients whitelisted in this protocol, increase the component, affect the decentralization. So the second problem is that since the verifier is strongly coupled with the binary commitment, the entire L2 client software is in the trusted computing base. So the project must ensure that all the components in this trusted computing base are correct, including like you need to make sure the client software is correct. You need to make sure the WASM compiler is correct. You need to make sure like the prover is working, the vector commitment generator is working, and also the verifier is correct. So like the compiler is like a few thousand of code, lines of code, and also the L2 client software, which make it very hard to audit and even infeasible to formally verify. And the third problem is that since it is still, again, it is coupled with a specific commitment, therefore only a certain type of client can be run on the rollup. It's just not a type of VM, it's also a version of VM. Because like if you change the version of a VM, the binary will be different. Therefore, the commitment will also be different. So when you want to upgrade the version, you need to change the binary commitment, and which like you need to change the on-chain wireless commitment. Then you must go through the governance. So even if GES does not like introduce any semantic changes like EIPs, but just like vulnerable patches or performance improvement, the client will change, which means the binary commitment will change. And in this case, it has to go through the governance to upgrade to a newer client. So how can we solve these three problems? So the observation is that the key to this problem is the strong coupled binary commitment. So we must decouple the protocol from the implementation. And to decouple them, the proof system must natively target higher-level L2 semantics instead of lower-level VMs like WASM or MIPS. So, and includes both client consensus layer and execution layer client semantics. So in practice, like we designed an EVM native interactive fraud proof that we construct the one-step proof directly over the EVM instruction level instead of the lower-level VM instruction level. And in this case, it solved all three problems. Why? For the first problem, like this architecture allows intrinsic client diversity because any clients implement the same EVM, so they implement the same semantics. So any client can be used to participate permissionlessly in dispute resolution, because like they are all transactions on the rollup are on every client are having the same EVM execution trace. So we only need one client to be correct to make sure the fraud proof is correct. So we have intrinsic client diversity. And also since like we can use different types of clients to dispute with each other, the one validator only needs to run the client they trust to participate in the challenge game to secure the optimistic rollup, instead of like the previous solution, the validator needs to run n types of clients to make sure the rollup is secure. And it also has a minimal and trustworthy TCB, trusted computing base. And because like those clients are not in the trusted computing base anymore. Why? Because there is no binary commitment in the verifier. So the TCB of this protocol only includes the interactive fraud-proof verifier. And smaller TCB improves auditability. And since the verifier are enforcing the EVM semantics, it is possible to formally verify this verifier against existing EVM formal specifications. And third, it has it does not need to do frequent on-chain upgrades. Because the verifier is enforcing an EVM semantics, only when the semantics change will this verifier be updated. So if you're just shipping a vulnerability patch or a performance improvement without affecting the semantics, you don't need to go through the on-chain governance protocol to upgrade your client in the rollup to participate in the rollup. Therefore, they can be directly shipped off-chain. Therefore, it is practical in this protocol to forfeit the upgrade keys. So maybe one day, using this protocol, you don't need to have a contract proxy to guard the rollup contracts. So and it will become truly permissionless. So a little bit about how the interactive fraud proof verifier is implemented. So basically, we use a data structure that like we can verify the initial agreed EVM state provided by the prover, and on-chain we will simulate a single EVM instruction execution and verify the final state to match to assert like if the simulated final state it matches the prover's asserted state. So Speculative is an optimistic rollup equipped with this EVM native interactive fraud proof verifier, which provides three benefits like the intrinsic client diversity, the minimal TCB, and the infrequent on-chain upgrade. So in current implementation, it supports all the semantics defined by Ethereum spec and only modify the client minimally. So we're not relying on gas to be bug-free. And also advocates credible neutrality that only enforce minimal constraint over L2's execution semantics beyond as necessary to guarantee the security. So we don't need to modify Ethereum a lot to support rollups. And also, a validator should be able to operate permissionlessly using any client software stack they want, existing or new, without like having someone's approval. All right, so this is a summary of this protocol. So Speculative has minimal client modification, minimal TCB, intrinsic client diversity, and infrequent L1 upgrade. So to make this protocol even more secure or trust minimized, we can use the formal verification, as I talked before, to verify the TCB. That is the interactive fraud proof verifier. So we can extract the semantics from the on-chain EVM simulator and verify against existing formal specifications. And now, in parallel, we also want to ask the question is, how can we further reduce the trust on the formal verification stack? So this is ongoing work, and some results are maybe preliminary, but I'm very excited to share this project towards a trust-minimized smart contract or formal verification stack. So what is the problem? The problem is that, as we know, on EVM, we're running EVM bytecodes. We're not directly running the Solidity program. So in this case, we have two verification targets. We can choose to either verify to do formal verification on Solidity or UL, or we can choose to verify directly on the EVM bytecode. So if we are directly verifying, on Solidity, it is easy to write specification because Solidity or UL is a high-level language. It has variables, it has functions, but we are trusting the compiler to make sure it is correct, besides the guarantee provided by the formal verification. Because if there's a bug in the compiler, you're just verifying the high-level code. The low-level code can still be buggy. But if you are verifying on the low-level code, it does not rely on the compiler anymore, but it is very hard to write the specification. So can we create a verification stack that is first, friendly to write specification, and second, not having the compiler in the TCB? So this is the outline of our approach. So basically, we do both. So we verify on the high level, and we verify on the low level. But instead of writing specification on the low level, we are trying to prove the refinement between the formal model of the high-level language and the formal model of the low-level language. So if we are proving they are the equivalent, we only need to verify it on the high level, and we get the same guarantee on the low-level code. So on the low-level code, which is EVM bytecode verification, the approach is simple. We translate the EVM bytecode into Daphne program into EVM by Daphne by first building the control flow graph of the bytecode program. And for each basic block, we use EVM Daphne to generate the program condition. And we use a symbolic execution like a verification approach, which compose those basic block conditions with branching conditions to represent the program. And for external calls, we use an approach we call level condition, that we treat calls as an uninterpreted condition at first, and we generate possible conditions of possible call contract, and we insert them back and to create the condition of the entire contract. So as an example, in the comment, those are the bytecode that yet to be verified, and the EVM definitely translator will translate those EVM bytecode into a definitely program like this. And on the UL side, we can translate your program to definitely using UL definitely by first using the Solidity compiler to generate UAST from your program, and then use compile UAST to UL definitely. And this is an example of compiling the UL program into UL definitely program. And we can do the refinement by if we want to do the refinement on the semantic equivalence. That is like we are making sure the two programs are identical. We only need to compare the two formal models. But like this is very hard, so maybe we can do something simpler. That is, we want to enforce specification equivalence, that both bytecode program and your program follow the same specification. So how can we do this? So the key problem is like the variable and function mapping between UL and bytecode is missing. So maybe you can do a certified compiler that we formally model the compiler, and so we can create this abstract compiler to calculate the mapping. And maybe another approach is more interesting, is that we can do some instrumentation to augment the UL protocol and let the compiler to output those mappings. So I'll skip this part because the time is over. But this concludes my talk today. So on the left-hand side, we want to do the trust minimized optimistic rollup. And on the right-hand side, we want to do the trust minimized from a verification stack. Yeah, thanks everyone.
Thank you, Professor Ye. Although we are a scholar conference, but I understand that some of you are here for just one reason. You want to make money. So how does the professor think about what is the smart way to make money? Let's welcome Professor Ye Wang, the assistant professor and PhD supervisor at the Department of Computer and Information at the University of Macau, to share about unveiling the success behind MEV bots, strategies for making money in Web3 ecosystem. Welcome.
Thanks, everyone. Okay, good afternoon. First, I would like to thank DRK Lab for this invitation to be here. So to me, this is more like a home already, because this is already the second time for me to attend this Web3 Scholar Conference, and also it's my second time to join this Web3 Festival in Hong Kong. So you can see that I even wear the T-shirt I got last year. Okay, so today I would like to sharing our recent research. So it's not published yet, it's still like ongoing research. But I would like to, I consider this is like a place to share ideas with our friends, right? So I'll share some ideas that we have recently about the strategies of exploring MEV in the Web3 ecosystem. So although the subtitle that I use for this presentation is strategies for making money, but I'm not sure that whether after listening to this talk, you will know how to make money in the Web3 ecosystem, because that can be very complicated, right? So maybe it's better to asking about, for example, our Flashbot's co-founder, because they might get more ideas about how to make money. But for us, we would like to use like more economic, always from a financial perspective, to understanding what is happening in current system. So this is about my talk. So first of all, the thing that we are interested in today in this talk is about MEV. So I guess most of you heard about MEV, but some of you may not that familiar with about that. So MEV is called maximal extractable value. So we define the maximal value is that the value that people can extract by adding reordering or deleting transactions in the blocks. But now it is more like we consider several different types of MEV, but not just consider the entire definition. So for example, like we consider the arbitrage, we consider the sandwich attack, and also about liquidation. So currently, the most of studies are focusing on these three types of MEV. So luckily, we are one of the first researcher who focus on MEV. For example, I'm the one who published the first paper about the cyclic arbitrage. So this is kind of like continual interest for me to look into what is happening in this area. So today I would like to, this is the topics I would like to focus on today. Okay, so currently MEV is already a thing in the Web3 ecosystem. So it's not like 3 years ago when we talk about MEV, no one understands what it is. Our paper have been rejected several times because people have no idea why we like to look at it, right? So but nowadays, you can see that, for example, like from the flashbots, we have very good statistic number to understanding what is happening in the ecosystem. Because people really want to know beyond the cryptocurrency, right? Beyond these basic transactions, what is the value that people can get from this market? And you can see that it is kind of increasingly and every day at a very high volume. But currently, when we look at the MEV, we most focus on like more high-level things. So for example, we would like to, most of the researchers, they're interesting like, okay, by introducing those flashbots, how the MEV changes. Or after transferring from the POW to POS, what is happening there, right? But very few of them are looking to the source of MEV. So what are the source of MEV? So they are the searchers who are trying to use these transactions to get this value from the blockchain or Web3 ecosystem. As I say, that we have the arbitrage, sandwich, and the liquidations. But when we started these things, most of us are only focusing on, like, as I say, like more high-level things, like what is the landscape of that. But very, very few of us interested in that for the individual. What are we doing on these MEV things? Okay. So today, this will be the things that we are focusing on. So we will like try to divide my talk into three parts. So when we talk about MEV, there are three things that we need to, we're interested in, right? So first, what is about the general market? So although I say that I would like to focusing on some individual behavior, but from the general market perspective, we still can look into that what is the impact or what the influence of the individual actors, individual searchers in the entire market. So this is the first thing. Second thing is that for a MEV, we are interested in that where these opportunities comes from, right? So then we are looking into that for getting this MEV, which kind of market these searchers, these spots are working on. And the third thing apparently is that how can we get this MEV? So after finding these opportunities, now in the current ecosystem, you need to pay, you need to bid to the builders to get the chance to exploit the MEV in the market. So this is how we divide our talks in three parts. As I say, that first is about the general landscape of the individual behavior in the MEV market. And second is that where do they find the opportunities? And third thing is that after finding these opportunities, what they do. Okay, so the method we use is that we use machine learning models to understanding their behavior in the market. So it's like combination about like some basic statistics model and also with the machine learning model. Okay, so I think I start here. I cannot move to the next slides. Could you? I hope I have more slides here because I consider I prepare. Oh, okay. Okay, great. Okay, so this is the first thing, as I say, that I'd like to talk about is about auctions that these searchers won and also the profits that's made. Okay. So in this study, we mainly focus on two types of MEV, so which are the two common types of MEV and can help us to understanding what is going on there. So our first key takeaway of this talk is that although we call them MEV together, I mean, no matter the arbitrage or sandwich, but actually in this market, the behavior of searchers are very, very different. Okay, so here we have four figures, and the top two figures about the arbitrage market, and the bottom two figures about the sandwich market. So we rank the bots according to the number of the auctions that it wins, and also about the profits that they get from this in the Web3 ecosystem. So the interesting thing that we can find is that compared to the sandwich market, in the arbitrage market, actually there are very few of them win a lot of auction, also get a high profit. Okay, so what does this mean? This means that for a lot of arbitrage bots, they can only use very few opportunities to get very high profit. And also this suggests that there might be very diverse trading strategies in the arbitrage market. But compared to sandwich, it's not like that case. So we can see that for the top 15 bots, no matter we rank them according to the number of the auctions that they win, or we rank them according to the profits that they win, they have a lot of them appears in these top bots. So which means that, okay, only from this like high-level analysis, we can already have the idea. Compared to the arbitrage, the sandwich market, the bots are more professional. Okay, so there seems to use like quite similar strategy to get things, and these things we will show you further, which can be confirmed by some other analysis. Okay, then the next part I would like to talk about is the competitions. Okay. So in the MEV market, you definitely know that it's not a market that you are the only one who want to get money, right? Because there's a lot of people. Okay, we know that it's kind of, you don't need a lot of investment. You even have flash loan to help you to get this money for free. So definitely there's a lot of competitions there. So as I mentioned that we consider two paths, right? First, where this competitions comes from. So like which kind of market people are looking for the MEVs, and also like during the competitions, what are their strategies? So let's start with our first part. So where these competitions comes from? Okay, so I know this is a super complicated graph, and I do not expect you to read it from the seat over there, because I know it's super hard. But let me briefly introduce that what is the figure represent. So we list these top 30 bots. Okay, so we consider that what is the intersection about the trading pairs that they're interested in. So here we show the figure about the cyclic arbitrage bots. So the number here, if you consider them in the column, it means that, for example, if we see a number with top 2 and top 1 about 0.72, so this means that 72% of the winning auction the arbitrage cycles of the top 1 bots is exactly the same of the winning the cycles for the top 2 bots. Okay, so which means that with 32% of the cycles, top 1 bot and top 2 bots, they are competing with each other. Okay, so this is represented like here. So if we only look into this arbitrage figure, you may not have any clear idea, right? Because you only see some numbers like 64, 62, or even like 0.03 or something like this. We know that it's not it seems like a large number, but we do not know how large it is. Okay, but if we compare to the sandwich market, so for sandwich market, we can, it is very clear that from the sandwich market, it is more fierce than the arbitrage market. Because for these top bots, most of them, they're competing on the same token. They're competing on the same arbitrage opportunities. They're trying to exploit the same opportunity. Or at least we know that from their perspective, they're kind of monitoring what is happening in this market. So this is one of the takeaways that we find from this analysis, and also we can use some further data to validate it. So why we care about it? I think this is because of the changing of the landscape of the Web3 ecosystem, especially after the flash bots have been introduced in the market. Okay, so we know that before the flash bots happens, what is the MEV trying to? What is the auctions about MEV? We call it PGA, right? So in the PGA, everyone is bidding the MEV auction MEV opportunities in the mempool, they just publicly broadcast their bidding. But after introducing of flashbots, the strategies of the searchers changes. So they're not disclosure their bidding, the value that they would like to bribe to the builders anymore, but we have a private channel auction to do this. Okay. So if the competitions of the bots are higher, so our previous work already suggests that the money that they would like to share to the builders is also higher. So we can. So I think this number is quite interesting because it's really with another evidence to prove that our theoretical analysis is that from the sandwich market, most of the revenue of the MEV is already taken by the builder. I mean, if we only compare to the builder and searchers, now we know that most of the money going to the proposers, but this is another story. Okay, but if you only think about from the searcher to builders, this channel, most of the money is going to the builders. And but for the arbitrage, it's much lower. Okay, sometimes they only would like to give like 50% of money going to the searcher. So this is about this part. And another thing that we're interested in is that, okay, if you are a searcher, if you find a unique arbitrage opportunity, so is this really a good thing for you? Will you really benefit this unique arbitrage opportunity? So when we say the unique arbitrage opportunity, it means that this is a cycle or this is a token that you are the only one who observe it. Okay. So here, in this figure, we have 3 columns. So the first column is that the percentage of the unique cycles for these top bots in their MEV transactions. The second one is that the number of the auctions that they win with this unique token cycles. And the third one is that what is the profit that they get from these unique cycles. Okay, so we can see that although not every bot, so first thing is that from these unique cycles, actually it does not provide a lot of profit to the searchers. So which is that maybe from searchers' perspective, finding a unique arbitrage opportunity is not what's their target. Okay. So because we can see that only the top 6 bots, he can win like 30% of the money from these unique cycles. And also we find that having this unique cycle doesn't mean that you will earn a lot of things from the unique cycles. So if you compare with the second column and third column about the number of the auctions with unique cycles and profit of the percentage of profit from these unique cycles, we do not see that a significant advantage from the profit. Okay. And this is even, I mean, if we only look into arbitrage, we already say, okay, this is not a good business to trying to looking for good cycles or unique cycles. But if we look into the sandwich, it's even worse, right? So first is that most of these tokens, it's very hard for them to find some unique tokens that can provide them MEV opportunities. And also, they do not earn a lot of things from there. Okay, so this suggests us to get this money, maybe it's just not, so what do you need to focus on? Maybe it's not to find some unique MEV opportunities, but you need to think about what is the bidding strategies that you need to look into. Okay. Okay. So then let's go to the third part of our talk today. So as I say, that we will try to analyze their bidding strategies. So let me remind you again. So what do we say the bidding strategy here is that for the searchers, they need to pay a bribe to the builders. Then the builders will include their transactions in the blocks. So the amount of money that they pay to the builders, we consider as a bribe. Okay. So here we use machine learning models to analyze what is the bidding strategies of these users in the Web3 ecosystem. So as I mentioned that we already show that finding unique opportunities may not be the significant reasons for you to earn money, but bidding cleverly, this is the thing that you can earn more money. Okay. So first thing that I would like to show, as I say, is that we find that for the arbitrage bot, they have very, very diverse bidding strategies. Okay, first thing I will already show you is that we see there are some dominating people there, but here we also use a machine learning model to prove this as well. Okay, so number of here is this is root mean square error to show that what is the accuracy of the machine learning models that we use to predict what is final bribe of each of each MEV opportunities. Okay. So here we use two models. So first is called individual model. Individual model, it means that we only use the individual bot's data to train their a model to evaluate, to see that whether we can predict the bidding strategies of that certain bot correctly. And also we use the general model, which means that we use all the market data, including every bot, to train the model to see that whether they can, to predict what is the bribe ratio of the each bot. Okay. So then we can see that for the arbitrage, the performance of the individual model and the general model is very, very different. Okay, so although we only show the RMSE here, but it can still, but it is still suggests that if we only learn the data from the individuals, it will give us a much better performance of our prediction. Okay, but this is not the same for a sandwich. Okay, for a sandwich, no matter we use general model data or we use individual data, so actually the performance of the model almost performs the same. So once again, as I say, that in the sandwich MEV market, it is very, very competitive. And also almost every builders, almost every searchers, they're trying to use the same strategies. Okay. Okay. So then the next thing is about the changes in strategy. So I guess this is it's kind of straightforward to us, right? So it seems that it is very common that for the bots, they use different strategies to get the MEV. Okay, but still, that from academic perspective, we need to try to prove that, right? Okay, so then what we're trying to do is that we use the data from the different time frame to predict the performance of the to predict the bribe ratio of each MEV auction. Okay, so here you can see that for this dot, each dot is auction. It is a bribe ratio of each auction. And this blue line represents what is the RMSE of our machine learning model. And you can see that if we use, then you can see that for the RMSE, if we use the blue dots there as the training data, and the RMSE is kind of continuously increasing when we want to predict the performance auctions in the future auction, especially after. So for this pink line, this is changing from the POW to PS. So we can see that the error rate of these things significantly increase. So which means that all these bots, they're continuously changing their strategies. And also we're trying to use some newly data to predict what happens there. And you can see that if we use some recent data, and it can always give us a good performance, but as the same thing, and also, as what we mentioned, that the error is continually growing, so which means that the model is not stable. Okay, but this is not exactly the same for the sandwich. Okay, so we see a very significant increasing line of the arbitrage bot, but for the sandwich bot, then you can see that if we use a very few data for this prediction, this can have a good performance until almost like a very long period of time. And also, if we changed our time period to get this data, still that it can persist for a long time for this good performance. So which means that compared to the sandwich bot, arbitrage bot, they dynamically change their strategies more frequently, and also the differences is more significant. But for a sandwich, it is more flat. But this is also, this is also suggests that our previous findings is valid, right? Because it is super competitive. So almost every sandwich bot, they are trying to beat almost one in the market. So which means that all the money go to the builders and then going to proposers. So it is very clear that the strategy doesn't change that much. Okay. So this is my last slide. As I say that this is a very, very early stage study, because you can see that we do not, in this talk, we do not show you a lot of things about the individual behaviors. But to be honest, there are a lot of interesting patterns that have been involved in the MEV auctions. And another interesting is that because the rapid evolution of the Web3 ecosystem, so for example, now we have the order flow auctions as well. So it's also significantly changing what is happening in the market. So here we just kind of old guy, all right? We use a very traditional method to analyzing what is happening in the market here. We just want to show some, as I say, there's some economic analysis, financial analysis about the market. But I also think that from this rapid evolving market, when the new futures come in, we can dip into these different patterns or different market structures more carefully, and then we can know understanding more about what is the strategy of winning monies or making monies in the Web3 ecosystem. Okay, so that's all for my talk today. I would like to change for my first slides because I do not have an ending slides, but this is okay. Okay, thanks for your time, thanks for your patience, and thanks again for the DRK Lab to give me this opportunity to share my recent work with all our friends. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Wang. And here comes to our final session today, decentralization and AI. Let's welcome Dr. Kathy Saw, the Chief Scientist at ORIA, to share about OPI, optimistic, privacy-preserving AI on blockchain. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me today. So today my topic will be on optimistic privacy preserving AI. We actually have a very fun abbreviation of it, which I will show you later. But first of all, I just want to sort of gauge the audience. So how many of you have heard of ZK, zero knowledge? Okay. How about ZKML, zero knowledge machine learning? Okay, much less. So I'll take a little bit of time introducing what is ZKML, because that's actually a very important background before I proceed to my research. But basically, it's a natural progression of having gone from a ZK system to an optimistic system to the research that I'm going to present today. Right, so zero knowledge machine learning. So for those of you who already know what ZKP or zero knowledge proof is essentially saying that we want to put some computation into a cryptographic proof to prove that you have done so, right, without actually rerunning the computation. So to reapply that onto machine learning is actually saying that, okay, let's say I make a prediction on stable diffusion, right? I put a prompt in, I get an image out, and I put this whole process into a zero knowledge proof. Right, so for those of you who already know what a zero knowledge proof is, you probably think that that's going to be very, very expensive. And that's true, right? But there are two reasons, at least, why people are trying to tackle it or solve it with ZK. Right, so first of all, by putting this whole process of machine learning into ZK, you can gain verifiability. Essentially, you can tell people that, hey, you can verify that I have done so without rerunning the whole computation. And with ZK, there's also sort of two promises, which is, first of all, input privacy, and second of all, model privacy. However, you see that I've put an asterisk around those two items, right? So I put a little asterisk, which usually means precaution. So there is something that you should be aware when we talk about privacy with ZK machine learning. And then the known issues is just all the known issues that is the same with ZKP, which is it's very memory consuming, it's very time consuming, right? So right now we can only do ZKML for a very small network. And by very small, I mean something that you're usually only using for benchmarking, right? So it's small in the sense that not even for like real life use case, at least for now. So let's tackle what I put in asterisk one by one. So usually we assume that if we put things in a ZKP, if we put things in a zero knowledge proof, and then we hide the input, then everything is private, right? Normally that's the case, but with machine learning it's tricky. Because with machine learning, there are actually a lot of data or a lot of statistics that you can gain out of the output. Right? So yes, I cannot get the input directly from the ZK proof itself, but I can actually get the input by knowing a lot of things about your machine learning network. Right? So actually, so a few things to beware of input privacy is that Well, when we say input privacy with CKP, we are talking about doing the computation on client side, so on the client's device. So essentially, that means that we are handing over our machine learning model to the user. And that means that the user can actually do whatever they want with the model privately and locally, right? So one thing that they can do is actually run this local model over and over and over again to train their own model to reverse the computation that is being done. Okay, so essentially, let's say maybe an image would be more interesting. So this is like a data set that people usually use for face recognition. And the top row is actually the original image. Okay? What we have done here with the bottom row is we feed these top row of image into a neural network that is supposed to like shuffle things around, mix all the data up until it's not something that is the image, right? And we feed this into a model, and then we take that result, we try to train like the reverse. And that the bottom part is the result of our training. So essentially it's saying that if you are giving this model, just handing it out for free, people can actually use this model to train whatever inverse model that takes to break the privacy of your input, right? So given some data and the model, I can actually train a inverse model to always reconstruct the image. So the bottom row is what is being reconstructed. Right, so you can actually see that input privacy might not be a case for CKML specifically because of the very nature of machine learning. Well, what about the other promise of CKML, right? Which is, well, okay, we can't hide the input, sure, but we can hide the model, right? We can put the model into private signals and then hide the model. So there is actually a lot of problem with this model privacy promise. So first of all, if the model is private, essentially you're saying that only one single entity can be able to be the prover. Right? So because you want to keep the model private, so that means that only the model provider or the company that is providing the model is going to have that access to that data. Everyone else is just going to trust that single prover for them to provide the service. And actually, this is exactly the case with Web 2, right? So right now with Web 2 API, it's almost the same thing. You are trusting OpenAI to give you the result. You're trusting whatever company, Web 2 company, the server, the API to give you the result, right? And actually, even Web 2 company is aware of the danger of this. Okay, so models like GPT is fine because it has billions and billions of parameters. So people who have access to these results, like these APIs, they are never going to reconstruct the same model. But let's say if we are only doing very small model, right, like thousands of parameters or 10,000s of parameters, essentially what one can do is, well, I will make more inferences than the parameters that you have in your model. Right? So it's a degree of freedom for those who are familiar with statistics. Right? As long as I make enough inferences, I can basically infer all the parameters in your model. And that actually breaks the model privacy. Right? So that means that even with CKML, what will happen is as your service lasts, as you provide more and more service, more and more samples for people to train this model, they can essentially reconstruct this model, what we call usually a heuristic model, right? So they can reconstruct a model, train a model that acts very similar to yours. So actually, model privacy is also not really a guarantee from CKML. And hence, actually, there's still some part of crypto economics that needs to be done if you want to have model privacy, right? So something like scarcity. For example, if you're doing a AI NFT collection that only has, I don't know, 1,000 NFT or 10,000 supply, then should be fine, right? Because your model size is much, much bigger than the collection size. So you won't be worried about people being able to copy your model over just by the 10,000 samples that they have. So a lot of these sort of promise doesn't come with CK itself, but also with crypto economics. Right, so that's all I'm gonna talk about CKML, since we still have 2 parts to go. But the bottom line is that if we're talking about machine learning and verifiable machine learning, CK alone is not enough. Okay, so we need to align with the economics. So the other primitive that I need to go through before I really get into optimistic privacy preserving AI is a initiative, research initiative that we have started at Aura. So basically, optimistic machine learning. So I'm pretty sure everyone has heard of like CK rollup and OP rollup, right? So it's funny because we started with OP rollup and then we move on to CK rollup, right, with better security guarantee. And in the machine learning world, we actually did the opposite. We start with CKML. Right? People thought that, okay, just do CK with machine learning, we can get a lot of guarantee. And then at Aura, we think, well, why can't we do optimistic machine learning? Right? Why can't we borrow the same thing from optimistic rollup into machine learning? So that's what we have kind of proposed and invented. Right? So we have proposed, well, if we merge game theory plus machine learning plus blockchain, we get optimistic machine learning. So essentially, it's the exact same thing with optimistic rollup, where we can have interactive fraud proofs. We can have on-chain arbitration of the different submitter and validators trying to submit like different machine learning results. And in our particular design, we can also separate execution from proving. And this is an especially important efficiency gain that we have. Because in CKML, you cannot separate execution from proving. Essentially, you have to prove the whole thing, and that is easily 1,000 or even more times of overhead, right? But if we can do separate execution from proving in an optimistic system, there's essentially no overhead when you first run the machine learning. So the computation efficiency is exactly the same as if you run it in so-called Web2 way. Until there is someone else who wants to disprove your result or challenge it. Then you go into sort of the fraud-proof system. Right, so why would we want that? We want that because, well, first of all, CKML isn't really production ready for real-life models that we want to use. Well, with OPML, with optimistic machine learning, it's at least 1,000 times cheaper than CKML. It also only takes so it's an antitrust assumption, meaning it only takes one out of your whole network to be an honest verifier or an honest node in order to maintain your network, to keep your network running. All right, so as long as there's one node in your network that is being honest, then you can always assume them to be submitting a correct result for your machine learning inference. So that's why we want OPML. And currently, we already have Stable Diffusion and also Llama. So these are models that other sort of verifiable machine learning scheme would never imagine being able to run. So this is sort of the unique advantage of OPML. Right, so before I talk about our new research initiative, this is like a very basic comparison of OPML and CKML. So just to recap, basically OPML, the only thing I guess the OPML doesn't have compared to CKML is the privacy guarantee. So that's on the left end of the slide. But what we gain is actually computation efficiency, right? So in OPML, we can do native execution with cost that is around the same as Web2. You can also delay the proof generation, right? Meaning you don't need to generate any proof if there's no challenge. But then in CKML, like proof generation is a must, and it could be very expensive. In OPML, we still have a challenge period, right? Just like any of the OP rollup that you might be familiar with. For machine learning, it might not be as long as 7 days, but there's still a challenge period that you have to go through. However, you can actually do what we call a fast confirmation, which is if you want to use the result yourself, which is what a lot of CEX is doing when you transfer anything from an OP rollup into a CEX, they actually do this fast confirmation, which is they run through the transaction themselves and they guarantee its correctness, right? If they do so, then they don't need to wait until the end of the challenge period. They can immediately consume that result as it is. Right, so, well, we have done a lot of this comparison in a lot of our previous talk, and what we have come to think about is, well, why can't we combine the two, right? Nothing stops us from combining the two. It's not true for rollups though, right? You cannot have a semi-OP, semi-CK rollup, but for machine learning, it's different. For machine learning, you can actually combine the two. You can have some part of optimistic machine learning and some part of CK machine learning. And that's what we call OPI. So optimistic privacy preserving AI. If you don't get this image, I would suggest you Google the word OPI, but I don't think it's very appropriate for me to explain what it actually means in Japanese. But yeah, so this is our attempt to basically take the best of both worlds. So we want to take the best of optimistic, we want to take the best of zero knowledge, and put them together. And we can do that because, well, a machine learning model can be broken down into many parts, unlike a rollup, right? For a rollup, you need to do the whole thing in OP, or you need to do the whole thing in CK. But for machine learning models, I can do part of it in optimistic and part of it in CK. So that's our proposal and the main theme of the presentation today, which is optimistic privacy-preserving AI on blockchain. And it comes from the observation from before that, well, first of all, we already established that ZK alone cannot guarantee input privacy, nor model privacy, due to the nature of machine learning itself. So actually, what we can do is, well, we only do ZK on the most important part of the model that we want to protect. And for the rest of the models, which is not that important, we will do optimistic system. So completely transparent, completely public, but we gain computational efficiency. So essentially what we do is we apply CK selectively on different parts of the model, and we can save a lot of computation costs. So to, again, use maybe stable diffusion as an example, since I think a lot of people has probably played around with stable diffusion and have heard of fine-tuning, right? So actually, when people talk about fine-tuning a AI model, it's only very small part of those model weights, right? So the model weights, it's like billions of model weights, but maybe only 100,000s of them are being changed by that fine-tuning. Right? And stable diffusion itself is an open model. It's open by nature already. And it will be a waste of computation if we put it back to ZK and try to hide it. Right? So essentially what you can do is you can just take those weights that have changed by your fine-tuning and put those into ZK. And everything that hasn't changed from the original open source stable diffusion, you put it outside of ZK. You only do it optimistically. Right? Because you don't have anything to hide from for those. So that you are basically only paying for the CK cost of those weights that you're hiding. Right. So that's I guess like the gist of this optimistic privacy preserving on blockchain. Right now, particularly you can use it for fine tuning. And I think one of the biggest advantage of OPI over any other methods right now is it can potentially bring size models of size that is probably unrealistic before and put it on chain along with model privacy. So this is a very unique kind of gain that you get from using this scheme. Right, so what about products, right? How do we actually put this into real life? So from OPML into OPI, at Aura we do a lot of research. OPI is our latest research, but actually we have already put OPML, which is optimistic machine learning, into production. So which is actually what power our on-chain AI Oracle right now. So as I mentioned previously, we have Stable Diffusion and also Llama, right? Models that are of these huge size that we have never imagined in a blockchain, already currently available through our Oracle. So by saying that it's available on our Oracle, it means that you can basically write a function in your smart contract and request the result from our Oracle. And our Oracle will actually return that result to your smart contract through a callback. And one of the everything that comes together and realized as like a very key product of AI cross crypto is actually our initial model offering. So a lot of the times when we hear about people talking about AI cross crypto, a lot of people ask, what can AI do for blockchain, right? Why do we need AI on blockchain? And IMO, or initial model offering, is actually the opposite of the answer that we're trying to give you, which is what can blockchain do for crypto? So essentially, it's a way that we propose to use verifiable AI to be a source of funding or revenue for open source AI models. Yeah, so if anyone is interested, feel free to go on my link tree. So that my link tree will have the 2 preprints of the research that we have done. They're both on archive, as well as the different ERCs that we have written at Aura, and also, of course, the IMO idea that I've just presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kathy. Now let's welcome Professor Lu Yaozhang, the Assistant Professor of Economics and Senior Research Scientist at the Data Science Research Center at Duke Kunshan University, to talk about engineering the blockchain brain, integrating mechanism design, reinforcement learning, and advanced language models. Welcome.
So I think after all the talks, everyone is convinced the blockchain has brought a lot of opportunities, at least to different stakeholders. However, we want to ask this question: how can we include more diverse audience who are not security, crypto, or AI researchers into this community? So today I will provide an answer to this massive adoption. By the way, the insights are from the work that's published in a wide range of disciplines, including top security conferences, AI channels, data science, economics, and finance. And also, very surprisingly, the research is supported by both National Science Foundation China and also Ethereum grants, Definity grants, and so forth. So I think you will be very curious, like how the research can be appreciated in so many communities. So the first question we need to get started is why everyone in this world should care about the infrastructures built on blockchain. This started with mechanism design. So economics is a theory that tries to allocate resources when there is scarcity. However, there is a limitation in all the theories proposed by Nobel Prize winners. That is, the mechanism, even if we can find a mechanism that is optimal, that can make it efficient and secure, like what Vitalik was talking about today. There is an underlying assumption behind it. We must have a benevolent social planner who we can trust to execute the mechanism. That is the bottleneck in the mechanism design theory, which was awarded the Nobel Prize in 2007. Until then, there wasn't any progress on making this assumption more realistic. We had tried to implement monitors, but then the monitor, maybe it's a government, can corrupt with the mechanism designer. So we can find another monitor, but then who monitors the monitor? We just get into this virtuous circle and end up with many impossibility theory. But you might wonder, if this assumption is not realistic at all, why in the past we have had the human civilization prosper for thousands of years? That is because dates back to Adam Smith, who is the father of economics. He wrote another book on psychology. It's called The Theory of Moral Sentiments. He says that as human, we have empathy or sympathy. I can feel your pain. For example, to talk about MEV, it assumes that if I do from running to steal money from you, I can feel your pain, so I'm not going to do that. This might be realistic, dating 5,000 years ago to Confucius and Plato, when we live in a small village with constant interactions, when we all have intimate relationships, then we can think, okay, sympathy or empathy is enough to establish this trust, which is going to be the foundation of the wealth of nation. However, now we are in a world that is an integrated society of cyber, physical, and social space. We have such a complex system, and we do not only have human agent. Can we also assume that AI can feel the pain of human? And we are in a distributed global network. When we are anonymous, we interact with each other maybe only once in our lifetime. Maybe the interaction is too short to establish any intimate relationship, so I can feel your pain. So that's why blockchain is now going to be serving as a foundation that complements the moral sentiments, that complements the ancient wisdom. So we could have a new theory of the wealth of nation that is built on the distributed trust. So the second answer is very interesting. I believe this year a lot of investors or researchers, you find that all the monies go to large language models and generative AI, right? So one critical question is, how can we benefit from these advancements in the deep learning and generative AI? The thing is like this. Our current blockchain is not that intelligent. This is very controversial. Why? Because on blockchain, we build this trust because code is law. Once a smart contract is deployed, we cannot revise it. However, AI and human agents are all limited in their rationality. So when we deploy the smart contract, we cannot envision what is going to happen tomorrow. In order to be adaptive, we must have the capacity of learning. But then if we introduce this discretion, we are violating the code's law, and then we are disrupting the distributed trust of fundamental principles. Reinforcement learning is here to help. Different from other reinforcement learning agents you have heard of in this society, in the research, here, what we mean is the blockchain itself is going to be a reinforcement learning agent. That is, now we implement, for example, the staking mechanism on the Ethereum blockchain, the EIP 1559 transaction fee mechanism, and also Definity's ICP network nervous system, the governance system, as a reinforcement learning agent. So we still satisfy the answer that code is law. But in the meantime, we also allow the blockchain to be adaptive, to leverage the power of AI to learn from the system. So it's not like blockchain can only empower AI applications, but blockchain itself become an intelligent artificial intelligence system. And for large language models, here we can do more things. So on blockchain, we care about the efficiency, but sometimes we also care about fairness. And right now, to deploy application onto the blockchain is a very high technical barrier kind of thing. Moreover, if we want to make our applications have better user experience, we need to understand the user sentiments. We can also implement the art design in the digital assets, for example, such as non-fungible tokens, in order to increase the valuation. For doing that, we apply advanced language models to do social sentiment analysis on the blockchain and blockchain applications, so we could design the applications adaptive to the user. Moreover, we use it to let people deploy behavior and experimental economics research on the blockchain to do marketing research, so we can have the A/B testing for our product. So we can ask ourselves whether the CryptoPunk should be more scarce when it looks like human or non-human agent. So that it goes into the area that's also related to art and computational design major. So now we have seen the merits of the blockchain brain. In order to consider blockchain not just as an engineering machine, but as the foundation for the mechanism design aiming for social and economic objective. And then we make it more intelligent by integrating reinforcement learning code. We can accommodate code is law and bounded rationality. And finally, by adapting advanced language models, we can extend the benefits of blockchain to broader stakeholders. Then you might ask this question. This sounds even more technical than blockchain itself, because right now we need to have blockchain knowledge, we need to have economic mechanism design, we need people to know deep reinforcement learning and advanced large language models. This sounds too complicated, so you might ask, what is the best place to start the blockchain brain? And where are the Web3 future citizens? Where can we get started? So here is an example. Our students of future leaders successfully hosted a TEDx conference at our university. So this event is very meaningful. There I talked about how we innovate for a better world. There are so many university initiatives, programs, researchers happens at the university, but without global access. So in this case, by making the whole university onto a blockchain, we can make a metaversity where on the blockchain, we are not only play to earn, but play to learn, research, and innovate. So in the application scenario of metaversity, we will bring the first class citizen of all the scholars onto blockchain. So blockchain will have a massive adoption, at least to the people in the higher education system. Also, the blockchain is going to provide a Web3 infrastructure and applications so that our university could extend its merits to people around the world to be more open and diverse and inclusive. So here I will show a demo video of this metaversity that would be a digital twin of the TEDx conference we hosted at our university. Yeah, and thanks for Yuku. This metaverse is empowered on the internet computer, definitely. So Albert Einstein says we cannot solve the problem by using the same kind of thinking we used when we created them. That question is so fundamental. Whatever blockchain we create, whatever applications we create onto the blockchain will be limited by the limitation of our consciousness, our rationality at the moment when we create it. In order to create a blockchain as a Web3 infrastructure for massive adoption, we must integrate the learning system into it. We must make it the new foundation of the wealth of nation as complements to the empathy and sympathy that had brought us together and creates the human civilization for thousands of years. And I invite all the scholars and all the universities to join our network of metaversity, and we together using blockchain to advance both AI and human citizens, and all the AI and human intelligent citizens will also join blockchain and solve the industry practitioners' problem of where are the users and the stakeholders for our massive adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Zhang. Now let's welcome Professor Jiahao Sun, the CEO of Flock.io and research fellow at Imperial College London, to share about Flock, defending against poisoning attacks in federated learning with blockchain. Welcome.
Hey. Yeah, thanks everyone. I quite like this event. Quite different from the appetite of other events, right? Everyone's talking about researches, papers, and which is cool. Yeah, this is our paper actually we wrote about 2 years ago when we started up the company. At that time, everyone's still in, well, at Oxford. And then, now everyone's everywhere else, right? So it's a paper that we co-host with our researchers in Flock, our founders, and William from Imperial, and Eric Xin from CMU. I think if you research AI, you know Eric, right? So yeah, so we just recently have this published on arguably one of the emerging AI top journals called Transactions on AI, which you can see here. And what we are trying to talk about is the mechanism that we're using to build machine learning, decentralized machine learning, together with blockchain to solve a lot of issues. For example, this defending against poisoning attacks. So that's why our company is called Flock, Federated Learning Blockchain. Flock, it's a pun, yeah. So a little bit about background about what is federated learning. It's a term in AI, emerging term in AI. It means that you have your compute locally. I think some of the scholars talked about this earlier, right? So your data is actually locally in your own place, like client 1, client 2, client 3. Nothing is linked to any third party. What you do is you have your local model downloaded to your local clients and then train on it. And the updates of the model, because your model will get updated, the update of the model will be sent back to the central model to do aggregation. Then you have a better model without needing to take any data from their end clients. So that's a way that you can actually work in very, very sensitive areas like healthcare, finance, that they don't want to take their data out of their boundary, right? But we can still train a model in a collaborative way because that's important. That's a very important thing to have for machine learning models, to have a larger data set to make sure the model can converge in a beautiful way. So that's, well, a little bit about federated learning. So what the problem that we are targeting in this, oh, it's updated, yes. Well, the problem that we are targeting in this paper is about the poisoning attack in federated learning. So the poisoning, what's poisoning attack? Means that, for example, if in one of those nodes, in one of those trainers, right, one of them actually playing evil. They just want to send some random data, some random results to the to the server aggregator. Then what they can do is, yes, this is a federated learning training. Then I'm just sending some random data back to the server because maybe I don't care about the result. I don't worry about how the result can be. I am just here to play evil. So this is the kind of problem that we are setting, that we are trying to resolve. But also in traditional federated learning, there are many, there are many areas of problems that we're trying to tackle. This is one of them. So in order to resolve this, there are several solutions that we have now. For example, ZK, everyone mentioned it before, right? Yes, you can generate ZK proof to say, oh, this is the data, this is the model that I trained on my data. It is the thing. But then still, the computation efficiency of ZK is a thing, right? We have ZK ML, we have ZK ML. So it's not necessary if every epoch of my machine learning training, I have to do a zero knowledge proof, then it takes ages. But for example, if it comes to more smooth way, for example, our solution, then we don't necessarily have to use this time-consuming technology in every steps of our training. So that's what we propose. Like it's about 2 years ago. So it's called a flock incentive mechanism. What we do is actually to reward the good behaviors of those users and also to penalize those who are operating maliciously. It sounds very simple, right? But the world is just like this. Some simple rules can actually do a very good result in complex systems. So its migration basically is about this reward and slash in POS blockchain system. I can explain it easier with a photo. So what we do is we actually, in every training, just like a federated learning training, right? A group of nodes are training their local data. What we do is we actually randomly take a bunch of them. We call them proposers, who are actually those training the model in this epoch, in this round. And randomly another group of people, we call them voters. Those are the ones to vote on the results. For example, in machine learning, very obviously, we can focus on an accuracy rate, right? Because rewards is all you need. Just focus on the accuracy rate, and then if the model didn't really get the accuracy up, then you'll vote them down. If it does, then vote them up, right? So basically, that's how the peer-to-peer voting and the reward slashing system works in our proposal. So we can simulate, for example, in this photo. So we have a group of proposers, we have a group of voters. For example, if there's no bad guys in this whole training, then on the first row, in our participant selection, they'll be selected into proposers and voters. Then in local training, every of the proposers will train their model locally and get the results to the block. So basically, to have the block to verify, okay, this is the training that we're doing. And then next step, doing global voting. Everyone see the block, see the updates of the model. Then we go and check if the model is actually getting better as I'm voting, right? And then next stage, if everything's okay, all good, then we finalize. We give rewards to everyone who are contributing to the model. Someone who give positive increments, someone who also evaluated it well. And then that's it, right? But in other case, in the next row, if there are malicious clients joining the training, those red ones, right? If you see them, yes, they can be grouped in either in proposers or in voters. And yes, they'll do the training. They'll still do the training. They'll get the updates. They'll give it up to the block. And the voters will check the block and then give their votes. So in this whole process, if everyone else, majority of the others, simple majority of the others are voting up and you're voting down, then you will be kind of like slush out. Similarly, if you're training this one is not giving the model a good improvement, then we will also vote them down or slash them out, right? Not completely, but fractionally. So eventually, these guys wouldn't get a reward, and then the whole status of the model will revert back to what they were before. And yeah, that's basically the whole mechanism that we proposed. In pseudocode it's like this. You can check in details in our paper. So yes, this is a mechanism that we propose. Then we are trying to do some empirical researches to make sure it works, right? So yeah, we can propose things, but we need to make sure it's solid. So this is 2 years ago, so we are still using Kaggle low-end default prediction type of data sets. But nowadays, we are already running on large language models, and it's super cool. I'll get to this later. So yeah, so we implement on PyTorch and a Tesla T4 NVIDIA card, and we are setting baselines. For example, 10% of the clients are randomly selected to perform, and then also we use a simple federated learning average on the blockchain. Right. So results easily. Of course, first thing, of course, if we slash the bad behaviors like very hardly, like everyone have 64 token in the first time, and then 32 was slashed, right? We will see that the decreasing line will be very, 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 very steep because, of course, those bad guys are slashed out immediately. And also, but in this case, if we have more and more, this is for the malicious client numbers. So if the numbers are even higher, we can see the distribution of good guys and bad guys is getting the result that we wanted. And also the distribution of malicious proposers, if they are doing bad, right? So if we slash them hardly, yes, it will decrease. And if there are more and more malicious proposers, we can still have the bad guys being eliminated eventually. Yeah, but also there's the thing. So yes, so survival time for malicious proposers, of course, if you slash them hardly, they will be removed eventually. But also that means you will kind of like hurt the honest guys, because every time you randomly select a group of them and then you slash, right? So sometimes you might hurt some good guys. That's why we have to still pick the number very rationally, maybe in the between, not just slash them hardly, maybe just 8 tokens each time to make sure that we have some time to gain back the reward, even if we have some error killing in the beginning. So this is the result that we compare. Several, the very bottom ones, Oracle, is basically if you train it in your own machine, in one single machine, in one single data set, that's how it looks like, right? 97% accuracy. The row above is Fed average without malicious clients, meaning that everyone is honest. Everyone is real, right? This is like the golden standard for the benchmark. That's 97.5% for accuracy. And then the one above is ours. Basically, it's Flock. Flock training mechanism that we can maintain the accuracy even when the malicious client rate are like 40%. Basically means like almost about half of the guys are bad guys, but we can still make sure that our training accuracy is 95.5. Whereas if we look at the traditional federal learning with malicious clients without any of the Flock technology, you can see that that training accuracy goes all the way down from 90, 80 to 70. It's basically useless, right? So yeah. So this is the paper and also the experiments that we did to try to prove and solidly prove Flock works in a beautiful way. Yeah, and so to conclusion, the paper that the contributions of this paper, basically we proposed a stake-based aggregation mechanism for federated learning with blockchain, or we call it Flock, and also the peer-to-peer voting and reward slashing mechanism to mitigate the poisoning attacks, and also our theoretical and empirical proofs about it. And eventually also important thing that we actually implemented this whole technology into Flock, Flock.io if you're interested. So so except for this, so Flock itself is not just like technology that it doesn't work with anything else, right? It's a training framework. We actually work on any of the interesting solutions in the world. Maybe maybe TE, FHE, one day if they can really work in a way, right? Or we actually have our other paper called ZKFL. It's still in a Flock mechanism, but with ZK to do a to a better data authentication. And what's more, these are all our papers. So maybe one day, as Dr. Kathy mentioned before, OPML, right? Maybe OPML Flock can also do something. So yeah, these are areas. So I like to, we like to propose those framework type of training mechanisms that can work with many of the technologies. And these are our other papers. One of them in New RIPS in 2022, and one in TAI, and one still publishing soon. So, and there's more to come. So if you're interested in us in any way, feel free to scan the QR code and follow all our socials and updates about us. So this is a paper 2 years ago. So it's still talking about low-end cargo data, right? And still talking about some regression models. So now, 2 years later, we already have capacity to build on decentralized large language models, and to train on real use cases. So we were launching our decentralized training platform next month. So yeah, so feel free to reach out if you are interested in, for example, if you do cargo Hugging Face in your Web2 life and trying to do something in Web3, this is a great place for you to play with. And also, if you have a lot of graphic cards, you don't know how to use it, run with Flock. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sun. Now let's welcome Professor Zoe Ziyi Li from Monash University to share about decentralized learning autonomy. Blockchain and AI revolutionize talent cultivation and recruitment. Welcome.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me. Very lucky to be the last one. My name is Zoe. I'm from Monash University, and as you can see that my research topic is using blockchain in education and recruitment. So why this particular focus? Simply because before I start my PhD journey, I used to work in the education and training industry for about 10 years. Wearing different hats, from like curriculum designer to a startup owner. And I found out there's so many problems in the traditional education industries. So I've been keeps on thinking, what's the purpose of education? What are we aiming to achieve, right? So maybe from the society's perspective, we're just trying to cultivate people, providing the suitable workforce for the companies. And from the individual learner's perspective, they just want to find the job that they are good at or they feel passionate about. But what's the reality, right? It's definitely we haven't achieved our original goal. So now Web3 is coming and technology are accelerating every day. But we still use that very old way to educate people. That's not going to work. So that's the reason why I think this topic is worth to dive into. So in today's talk, I will just quickly cover two parts. The first part, we will quickly go through our research outcomes in the past 2 years, which is going to including how we develop a DApp, education credentialing system, and how we generalize the whole development experience into a DApp engineering approach for higher adoption. And then we're going to cover what security properties we're trying to achieve in our newly proposed credential scheme. And the second part of today's talk, we're going to look into the future to see what the future education landscape will look like when it can be empowered by blockchain and AI. So the social challenges I've just mentioned a little bit. Our enterprises are facing challenges. Just imagine you are an HR officer and you're looking for some talent for your company. Where are you going to? You probably go to LinkedIn or Seek or some similar platforms. But once you realize that there were 700 million LinkedIn users' data has been sold on the dark web, can you still trust the people that you just find online? How can you tell they're providing you with the authentic education history or not? So that's the reason why our enterprises have to increase their recruitment budget each year. And from the individual learners' perspective, they're also facing lots of challenges, right? They're becoming harder to certify who they are and what they can do, but they still have to put their learning profile, their employment history on those recruitment websites because they have to prove their ability. And then they have zero control over their own data. So facing those challenges, there's a promising solution, and we call it self-sovereign identity, short for SSI. So what is SSI? It has the following key attributes. Namely, the user can have full control over their identities, and they only need to review minimal data disclosure in order to satisfy the verification purpose. And also, it is usually supported by decentralized data storage. So just for simplicity and clarification, we draw these pictures for everyone to understand. At the bottom layer is the distributed layer, usually secured by the blockchain technology to ensure the immutability and transparency. On top of that, it's a decentralized identifier, which layer will identify each user's identity and roles uniquely. And on top of that, anonymous credentials. This is where the credential creations, issuance, management, and verification happens. And on the top layer is the application layer. And this is directly interacting with the users. So how can we get started? It seems quite complicated, so many layers, right? And we decided to take the top-down approach. Why is that? Because our we are academic people, but we want to make sure this is not only an academic outcome, but also can be a product that can be accepted by our users and the society. So, of course, as a research, we have to go through a lot of the research gaps. So those are the limitations. The current research outcomes, they either stay at the prototype level, or some of them probably become a product, but they tend to show very low usability and adoption rate. So that's the reason why we intend to involve more systematic user involvement strategies in our study. And technically, most of those studies, most of those SSI systems are partially decentralized, so we cannot call them a complete SSI system. So, our contribution. So focusing and targeting those limitations, in the past 2 years, we published 3 papers, and each paper is trying to solve 1 to 2 limitations. And we will cover some key points in the following slides. So as I mentioned, we want our system can be adopted by the society as well. So for a product to be very well received by the market, it has to do 2 things well. Firstly, it needs to bring customers superior values, and secondly, it should be very well defined. So that's the reason why we didn't step into the system design and the development straight away, and we start from the industry investigation. And we conducted industry investigation from the recruiters who are verifying those certificates. So as you can see that, we interviewed 12 employers, senior employers from different industries. And most of them have the working experiences more than 10 years. And some of them are from the stock listing companies in China, Australia, and UK. So we want to know what are their attitudes towards the certificates, and what is the concurrent recruitment processes, and how they verify those credentials. So after gathering all these data, we try to analyze these data. We analyze the data in 2 ways. Firstly, we use the process mining skill to generate this BPMN model. So this model, you probably couldn't see it very clearly, but the purpose of this figure here is to show you how many verification and screening steps in the concurrent recruitment procedures. And usually, the duration is from 3 months to 6 months, depends on the positions. So the higher the position they're recruiting, the longer the time it's going to take. And also, we analyze the data through the thematic coding using NVivo system. And we generalized top 5 verification challenges. So our recruiters, they're actually complaining that we don't want to spy into the candidates' privacy and history, but we don't have other choice. We don't have better alternatives in order to understand, to figure out whether the candidate is a suitable one or not, whether they are telling the truth. So they have to do that. And 100% of our recruiters, they mentioned that they have met the fraudulent behaviors before. And after these many steps of verification and screenings, can we get the very trustworthy verification result? And the answer is still no. Because our recruiter said the verification result is still largely depending on their personal judgment and their experts. So after understanding our credential verifiers, we also try to understand our learners who are pursuing the credentials, who are managing and using them. And we define a customer value matrix in order to gather and measure their requirements and their pain points. And we define this matrix very comprehensively in our paper, but here I only present the statistical result. So I think I might not really have time to go through all of those statistical figures, but the conclusion is the learners, they're also very concerned about their privacy linkage. And a majority of them, they really believe education certificates can bring them values when they're finding a job. So after understanding our stakeholders, we start to design and develop the system. And we have 4 entities and also 4 functional modules. Regarding the implementation code, I put the GitHub link here. And also for the technical details, please check out our full paper. I also don't have time to go through them today. We also did the performance testing. But here, today's focus is more about like how we involve the learners and the recruiters, verifiers. So we're currently providing 2 dashboards. One is for the recruiters to create and issuing the credentials. And another dashboard is for learners. They can manage and share their credentials. And we use this cvalid.org, this credentialing system, to issue the Monash Summer School certificates last year. So for those participants who claimed their blockchain certificates online through our system, they can actually hold it either in our system or they can hold it within their blockchain wallet. So we also did the usability testings in 2 ways. Quantitatively, we use the SUS analysis, like system usability scale, to assess the usability of our system. And qualitatively, we adopt the social technical grounded theory, this framework for analyzing the data. So, and we generalize lots of the user feedback, and we categorize into 3 groups, namely the blockchain relevant feedback, system realization, and user experience. So after this many work of involving our users in the whole design and development procedures, we finally generalize the whole experience into this framework. And we call it blockchain-oriented software engineering approach for higher adoption possibilities, BOSHAP. Even though there are already some DApp engineering approaches, but most of those studies, they simply focusing on assessing the blockchain feasibilities. And they just simply adapt from the agile approach. But our approach, as you have heard about that, we actually build on the social technical grounded theory, and we have very systematic user involvement. So we believe that it can help our DApp to achieve better social adoption. So there were 2 remaining questions after gathering all of those user feedbacks. And one question is, how can some of the users, they actually mentioned that we want to prove ownership of the credentials, but we don't want those education certificate to review anything about my identity. So how can we achieve the selective disclosure of credentials while still ensuring the user's privacy and satisfy the verifier's verification needs? So that's actually one question. And the second question we're always being challenged is how to ensure the credentials can really reflect the learner's educational achievements. So these 2 questions actually leading us to 2 directions of work. In order to answer them, to answer the first question, we actually proposed a decentralized anonymous credential scheme this year. And this scheme can satisfy the following security properties. So firstly, our credentials are issued based on the eligible attributes of the users. So users, they can just combine different attributes and generate more context-based credentials. And they can use it in different scenarios. And secondly, it supports anonymity and unlinkability. And these two words are quite straightforward. But unlinkability and anonymity can always be misused by some malicious users, right? So how can we prevent that? So that's why we have to involve the revocation functions as well. So when the credentials are compromised or misused or probably just accidentally lost, the users, they can just recall the credentials or they can just invalidate the previous issued credentials. And lastly, is also the most importantly, is our feature. We have achieved the selective disclosure, which means that even though those credentials are unlinkable, but the users, they still have a way to subtly link them together if it is necessary. So on the right-hand side, this figure shows how we integrate the DAC scheme into a blockchain credential system. But this paper, we haven't published yet. So I wish in the future I still got the chance and opportunity to share with you. And in order to answer the second question, how to ensure the credentials can really reflect the learner's educational achievement, in order to answer this question, firstly, we have to know what is a good education outcome. So here, I have to introduce a very well-known education theory, and we call it zone of proximal development, short for ZPD zone. So the ZPD zone is the zone in the middle between what the learner can do all by themselves and what the learners cannot do, even with lots of help and hard working. So a good learning always happening within this ZPD zone. So how can we make sure the teaching and the learning always happening within this ZPD zone? Traditionally, it depends on the teacher. So if the teacher is very experienced, if the teacher has more knowledge of the students, and the teacher can better deliver the teaching within this ZPD zone. So we believe that in the very near future, AI can play this role. AI can play the role as an experienced teacher. How can do that? So let's go through this diagram. I just drew this diagram a few days ago. So when the students, they raise up a question, starting from here, that's a prompt. And then the AI-empowered learning system can go through a very large content library and searching for the relevant learning content, as well as the student's history performance and the student's last round of the ZPD. And then the reasoning machine, the reasoning engine, can analyze the student's input as well as the student's history performance and the last round of ZPD in order to decide the student's next round ZPD. Okay. And then in the retrieval stage, the system will just retrieve those content, those curriculum that can fall into the student's ZPD zone. And then all of those learning materials will be presented to learners through the learning tools, maybe some like learning software or some virtual classroom or labs. So in this way, the AI can generally adjusting the content and by interacting with the learners and learn about the learners and can gradually make sure that the teaching and the learning can fall into the student's ZPD. So you might ask another question is, okay, because we know that AI model is training based on a lot of data, right? So we have to feed the AI model using the students' learning data. That's a lot of students' learning data. So how can we ensure and safeguarding the students' privacy and learning data, right? So that's the problem we were trying to solve in our previous decentralized anonymous credentials. So that's a full circle now. So, so far, I involved a lot of concepts, right? Lots of concepts, including like some education concept as well. Sorry about that, but it's quite an interdisciplinary study. So, and all of those preliminaries are acting like the building blocks of the future education blueprint. And let's give it a beautiful name. We call it decentralized learning autonomy. So the learner, they have the full control over their own learning. So in this journey, the AI support learning can ensure the quality of the students' learning output. And the whole procedure, maybe the students will achieve some milestones or some micro-credentials, and those achievements, educational achievements, will be secured by the blockchain-supported credentials. And in later stages, when the students, they want to look for a job or in some other social context, they can just selectively link the previously credentials to generalize a verifiable CV or resume. So in this way, our recruiters do not need to go through the traditional way of recruitment and verification screening. So our recruiters, they can just strictly need to trust the presented CV by the learners because it was already safeguarded by the whole system. So as you can see, this is a very high-level idea. I still have a lot of remaining questions. So that's why we're also looking for collaborations. If you're interested, please drop me an email. So I put it at the corner as zoe.lee@monash.edu. So that's our references. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had an incredible day exploring the multi-dimensions of blockchain and AI. And please let me ask the representative of the host, DRK Lab, to extend our gratitude to our co-host, Cyberpod, Platinum sponsor, Qiming Venture Partners, Arweave, Hashkey Capital, and Gold sponsors, SciSig and Flock.io, and all the attendees. Hope the sharing today can bring you the inspiration. Goodbye and take care. 感谢各位的参与，感谢各位对 Web3 学者峰会的大力支持。我们下次再会。And also, we would like to invite all the speakers and also the staff and all the audience to come here and let's take a photo together. 让我们也有请所有的 speaker 以及我们的工作人员，还有所有的观众们，我们一起上台合张照吧。
誰